puto. Boy Meets Mini says he will be on in an hour. Wow. Okay. So Boy Meets Mini will be joining us eventually. Well, besides for the El Dorcus Tidus, also for a video as well. We're doing more Professor Jiang content today. Oh boy. The Fordnet loves Professor Jiang. He loves Jordan Peterson, actually. Ford constantly soys out talking about how much he loves Jordan Peterson. Don't you put this? You love Jordan Peterson. Put this, I'm going to the VC. Puto. Alright. I've summoned the Putis. He's here. Being El Putis Tutis Mutis Putis 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 Pu. This. Maximum Puto.
Нет!
Shut up!
Putis! Nice try, mate, but I'm the Putis.
Shut! I know you're putis. Putis. Fuck you, puto.
Okay, first of all, ain't nobody talking while I'm talking.
No mods!
Fuck up.
Everything has to get updated, right, putis? Putis said there's no mods, putis. What do we do, putis?
Just don't die.
Putis, what do we do, putis?
Just press the button.
I know that Boy Meets Mini said he wants to do Professor Jiang content, so we'll save that.
Hold your horses.
H.
Shut the fuck up. Alright, what are you fucking Hing about, you H? What is the itch? What is the itch? H.
Good fucking morning.
H.
You H? You just H? H.
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now.
I'm going to literally kill you. I'm going to eat you, and I'm going to kill you.
No, you cannot joke about that.
Yeah, that's not funny.
Shut the
Arthur. That's not the kind of humor we do on this show.
Yeah, yet you fucking do the same shit all the time. Shut the fuck up, putis. Kills you. Kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you, kills you. Then eats you. What? Putis, have you done any of the puto thing yet, or what? Are we just being Team Papeja or something? No pununts. What the? No penance. Now I have to fucking deal with El Putis? Are you a mungus? A bugus? Bugus? I'm gonna have to fucking... I'm gonna puto myself. I'm going full putis. I'm gonna fucking puto. I'm going to amugus. I'm going to... Alright. Alright. Thank you, putis. It's time for maximum fucking puto, putis. Oh my god, they changed the cock and balls. What? Who said that? Amugus. Oh boy, it's time for Abugus. Oh my god, they added new shit to all the fucking putos. Of which I'm probably going to unlock everything for. Because I have more than enough points. Yeah, I'm at 69,000 penance points. Alright. Alright, what fucking penances are we working on? What are we doing? What fucking amugus are we doing with expedition? Oh man, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to... Oh god, I have to remake everything. I'm gonna fucking... I'm gonna... Alright, shooty shooty bang bang. Oh yeah, I bet your skin is nice. Don't ask what I mean by that. Don't look at me like that. Shut up. Fuck you. I hate you. Smile. Eats you. Eats you. Eats you. Eats you. Kills you. Smile. Right, they nerfed...
Why are you gay?
You are gay. Right, they changed pickpocket, which means I have to hit people in melee to get ammo. Penis. I loved so much free ammo. Penis. That's kind of puto. But fair, because it was kind of broken before. it was really broken. It was kind of fucking busted in the past. Yeah, you still probably get it. Alright, that's a Mugus. That's a Mugus Pugus. I have to rebuild all my shit. Putis, mutis. Mutis, tutis, mutis, putis, putis, mutis, putis, putis. Yeah, you are Orm, I know. Huh? Well, you're the same. Smile. That's why I have to read everything, okay, puto? Yeah, reading. I love reading. Yeah, well, you're cringe and I hate you. Smile. Kills you. Smile. uh. Yeah, well, you know what? Put this, unfortunately, cringe, I know. And I hate life. We all hate life. We're all fucking cringe. We're all puto. We're all pepega. We're all put. I'm just gonna finish up this one and then we'll start. Putis.
Stop stalling, Domi!
Shut up! I'm going to literally eat you.
Squad W.
You're Squid W. What's up, Trandy? Updated subscriptions prior to 2006. Nice! Well, now your internet's gonna be better. I'm gonna keep stalling just to make El Fordus Netus Putis Mutis Putis as mad as possible, because I hate him.
Hey, champ, that's really interesting. Next time, keep it to yourself.
I'm going to kill you. Alright, we're gonna go kill people now.
Is your mommy a big fat idiot?
Is your face a big fat stupid face idiot stupid head? And your face stupid face and I hate you, Smile?
Yes.
Kills you? That is actually pretty insane. That's like some boomer tier shit. Oh, Blurp is broken again.
Sorry. Busy.
What is this? Okay, play Dead Side runs and extract with tech remnants and reliquaries. So what, we just go collect like a bunch of bullshit basically in the middle of buttfuck nowhere? Okay, let's go collect a bunch of shit in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Okay, puto, let's go. Let's kill people. And then kill you. Techno bitches. The puto?
Attorney legend states that it is death to stray beyond Tertium's walls.
Oh my god.
You will be pleased to learn that this is not entirely true.
I'm also watching the cinematic.
Maraxsis will keep you alive for several minutes. Use this time wisely. Deadside remains a vast, uncharted wilderness, crawling with heretics. And perhaps others as yet unknown to us. They cannot be permitted to find what they seek. We must uncover the secrets of the sands.
Oh boy, it's time to go out there and kill people. Explore the grid point. Find as many tech remnants as possible. Your time is limited. A run consists of a sequence of scavenge zones with a Deadsider sanctuaries in between. Find a zone, exit, and defend the door while it opens to proceed to the next zone. When you're ready to end a run, go to an extraction point. You'll have to survive an attack. Okay. Engaging enemy patrols in combat, interacting with sites of interest gives the enemy information on your position. The better they know where you are, the harder they will hit. So, don't interact with them as much as you can. Your Auspex display sites of interest where tech remnants will likely be found. It will also show extraction points and Deadsider sanctuary doors used to mark destinations on your compass. Okay, compass. Timers pause when you're inside the sanctuary. Trade salvage you found for resources and useful tools. Extracting with tech remnants gives you access to new grid points featuring different environmental conditions and enemy deployment modifiers. Okay, so obviously we're going Auric because we're not putos.
Books. Waste of time. I can't read anyway.
Did you fucking finish watching Mutis?
I'm ready.
Okay, we're going. Alright, it's puto time. Okay, put
Makes
this.
sense, I think.
Alright, we're gonna. What? Are you just shooting people with the big gun? Putis?
Yes.
That's kind of Orm of you to do. Are you just Orma-maxing?
Whatever you say, mate.
Yes, you are.
Their intentions are currently unknown. However, extermination is ever an acceptable countermeasure.
Killing.
And that's one!
Remnants you can extract. Earn my almost sincere approval.
Kill!
Understood?
Is that a Necron? That's not a Necron.
Too small?
That'd be based. Ford, are you a Necron? I think...
You're not joking, boss.
Yeah, you're a Necron. Ford, why are you...
Yo!
Why are you Necron posting, bro? It's fucked up. Yeah, he's a Necron.
Pretty sure
Not
that
Billie
was
Jean.
accident.
Not Billie Jean.
No idea what you're on about.
I was about to say, putis, it's taking... you're making it take forever to load because you're puto. I don't know where we're going.
Tech remnants. I insist that you find more. Salvage. Worthless to us, but it can be traded.
Uh-oh. I almost killed myself there. I killed a bunch of people. We should just keep running around like dickheads, I think, then, right, puto? I'm with you. Oh, broke my legs. Go here, right, puto? Oh, I found a chest, puto. I got a big chest, puto. Nice. Well, I'll try to tank for you as best I can, putis. So you can shoot gun. You got ammo. I'm gonna save your ammo on the bigger stuff. Looks like those guys are having fun. Nice. No, we can't get to them in time.
Sounds like Semless. Thank you.
Dup. Dead. We didn't find the thingy, puto.
And how are we today? Still blindly trudging into the darkness without asking questions? Excellent. Simply excellent. Yes. I can see the two of you were made for
Puto. I was gonna give you an ammo box.
I'll be thinking of you long after you're gone.
I can't give you an ammo box. What the fuck? So maybe it might be better for us to be way more fucking greedy, puto.
It is incredible, is it not? That pre-service
Ah!
is actually well out here. Yes, that is certainly one word for it.
And I'm no doubt one of the kindest when things don't lie. They are scavengers, all these blasphemers. Deal with them as such.
Oh, sounds like they're waking up.
Why have you not yet rendered the grandfather's judgment?
I haven't found the big thing yet, puto. We probably want to go this way for the big thing, puto, I think.
Ah, the power is restored.
Come to where I'm at. I think I found something. Okay, I found the gate. God damn it. What? Hello. Oh, there's a big guy there. I have no more nades.
Once more, varlets. Well done. I seem to have found a data reliquary. We'll need to bring it to a Darktide sanctuary or the Morning Star to access its contents.
Ford is the Ford's the Ogren. He's Orm. There's a patrol up there. That's Orm.
Visitors, do step inside. Don't bite the door. It tends to stick.
This is the gate. We should probably wait. We still have plenty of time. 9 minutes. That guy's dead.
Divide them. Conquer them.
I got an ammo thing for you, Putoda. Oh, okay. Alright, well. Put the ammo down for you, puto. Where are you? You're like on the other side of the planet.
That alarm will complicate things.
Majority of your team required to defend the gate. Huh. So you need at least 2 people defending the gate. Interesting. Why is my mom calling me? Alright, whatever. Very cool, very good. We're gonna die.
Irrelevant. Maraxsis agents have registered increased cult activity in Deadside. As yet, we do not know what they are seeking. Only that they must not be permitted to find it. Deploy. Recover whatever tech remnants you can. Then return in triumph. Or not at all.
Yeah, you know, the pox burster that I didn't see. Yeah, thank you. Just don't get hit. Just don't die. 10 minutes and then Boy Meets Mini's hopping on Borkus, Dorkus, Morkus, Borkus. Okay, so basically, let's try not to leave the initial area too quickly. Because we can see where the gate is on the aspects. Puto. And now there's a sacrificial MILF. Just don't die. Just don't die.
Pepe, why are you gay? You are gay.
Shut the fuck up, Ford. You're gay. Fuck you, Ford. Kills you. Kills you. Well, the bot's not working again, so. Oh, you guys are all the way over there.
Site of interest reached. Search the area and be watchful for cultists.
So we have intruders. Greet them appropriately.
Salvage can be traded. Gather any that you uncover. The motive force has blessed you with restored power. I see you have found some tech remnants. How competent.
What's up, putos? Alright, on to the next one.
Interlopers remain, and
Oh dear. Okay, ability ended. Fuck you, bitch. There's a thingy we can put up top. Where's the next one? Well, the gate's over here, puto. Behind you. I'm out of grenades, puto. Oh, hello. We got a lot of problems behind us, puto.
is complete. Investigate your spoils.
Gunner there. Woo! I got him. What? Oh dear. There's a lot of crushers. There's like 5 of them. Oh, that's what the new guy looks like? Interesting.
Rest easy, soldier. We've got it.
He's just getting thrown around. Need to go. Stop going like a schizo in this mode. No schizo mode. Gotcha. Listen, now we have Boy Meets Mini with us. What could possibly go wrong, Puto? What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. Well.
Yeah, if it isn't Cringe Meets Mini, I did it for you. I stole your thunder
Cringe
again.
Lord. Well, you know what? Fuck you, Ford. You're not breaking shit. If you were carrying, then you would have won by now. Think about it.
So true.
But clearly, you're bad.
What? I couldn't join your strike team. That's cringe.
It's probably because of Ford. Says puta who keeps dying.
So true.
Not you. No. Lies. Why are you lying?
There we go. Got
Mini
that.
guy, he's coping. Well, fuck you.
Always. Always.
You're cringe and you're stupid and I hate you. Smile. Alright. It's time to die.
For me to die, for both you guys are gonna be fine.
You're the most cringe. You're the most cringe sacrificial MILF because you boo post.
That is true. Yeah. You definitely beat me on that because I don't do boo posts. I specifically
Yeah. You're a boo poster. Boo posters are the most cringe.
Are we establishing? Oh no. Are we establishing a? We have ranks of cringe now. Oh boy.
Yes, there's a hierarchy. It's not very leftist of me.
No.
Who said I wasn't? Clearly yourself. Smile.
Listen, I respect cringe people who own up to it, even if they do boo posts. If they own up to it, I'll respect that.
It's true.
To a degree, somewhat.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, Boy Meets Mini. That list of that dude's. That list of names you sent me. Oh, that dude was from like a while ago.
Yeah, I think it was like it was like a couple years ago or something, right? Because when all of us were getting hit by that guy, like because
very deranged individual.
Yep.
Very low IQ.
That dude must have been scripting hard too to generate all those accounts.
That's probably true.
Or just creating Gmail addresses or whatever.
Someone who needs to get a life. But then again, that's like every Nazi. They all need to get
That's
lives.
all of our comments. That's all of our comment section.
That's true.
Although there have been some really good commenters lately, which I'm really happy about. There have been some really cool people.
Finally, some no more woke 2 is here, folks. Let me tell you, we're being woke, we're being gay, we're being liberal. Being gay libtards, folks.
We're being DEI, the DEI comment
Why should
section.
someone be gay?
Why are you gay?
Why not?
Doesn't that make you gay?
You are
Why
gay.
not?
You are the most gay.
You are gay.
Why are
you are a transgender?
You're like gonna make sacrificial MILF like faint from hearing
Where's
all
the itch?
Faint from hearing all of this. Why are you gay? She's gonna lose
homosexual?
it.
Are all those clips?
You're gonna lose it.
all those clips are from like a Ugandan like news show, right? Or some.
I think it's an interview.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's an interview with some like Ugandan activist. I think, right?
Okay.
Where is the itch, Ford? Where is the itch?
Where is it?
Where is
the Marxists?
I think we have to go. Oh. Where's the itch? Where is the itch, Ford? Okay, fine. I will not be a schizophrenic. I will not just collect. But we need tech remnants. Footies, mooties, nooties. Where the fuck are we going, Muto? It's right here, Puto, right? Alright, can't parkour. Can we... There we go.
This way.
We found the itch. We found the itch!
I'm gonna hit the barrel now.
You should hit the barrel anyways.
I know, just commit.
Yeah, for the bit.
You have reached a site of interest. Take anything useful and be alert for cultists.
Where's the itch?
You mean Microsoft Edge?
No, I said itch.
Thou scavengers all, these blasphemers. Deal with them as such.
Well, I'm just gonna go be schizo with a knife.
Holy lag.
The servo scout has concluded its scan.
At some point, I want to hardwire all my computers to the router, not use Wi-Fi. One of these days, I will be less cringe and use actual cables.
Just use cables, Smile.
Yeah, just run them across the room like a real man does.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do.
It's fine.
Smile.
Oh man,
Because I'm a
crap
real
almost
man.
got me.
Alright, where are we going next?
Doge.
Probably towards
Oh, the
M1?
stink.
Which is this way?
Moderate salvage. Centrist salvage? Yuck. Can't believe I picked that up.
Yeah, I think we're completely done with this segment, Puto. We think we go this
over
way
here.
now.
Yep, follow me.
Well, you don't need those things, sweetie. You just gotta... You compensated for something, fella! Oh, it's too late! Get down! Take it to the... Look at that!
How do we get up here? Oh.
It's parkour.
Just jump forehead. Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Are you kidding me?
Where are we going? Oh, we got this shit already.
The heretic's leader
Ah,
seems to be a
I knew
most
that.
agitated individual. Choose your next words with utmost care.
Yep. Alright.
I'll take the thingy.
Excellent. Bring it to a Deadsider sanctuary or the Morning Star to retrieve its contents.
There's a patrol there.
I guess it's time for another round.
So that's the gate? We don't want that yet.
Nope.
You're already half dead.
This one.
Let's hit the barrel and not get hurt. Okay. Oh, lovely. Okay.
I got him.
I was sprinting too. That dude got me sprinting. So rigged, man. Let's get good, right?
Just dodge.
Oh, you gotta match the freaking piece. Oh no. That's not it, you kidding me? Got it. They changed the puzzle on you.
We did. Yeah, they'll do that
cool.
sometimes. I got the thingy.
Go right with you.
Power is flowing. That should be useful.
Puto.
Kindred, I beseech ye. You'd not resent me a wee dram of something fiery. Plenty of blood going, begging.
Where are we going next? That's the door. We don't want to go to the door yet.
It looks like... Did we go to O3 yet, or no? Yeah, it looks like we gotta go to the door.
I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. It's left. Open the door.
If they escape to the dead side, your lives are forfeit.
What God will take its time. Don't worry. The cause is returning to keep you company.
Come in, 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 come in,
I can't see it.
Bro, kill this fucking dog!
Silly Doge. Here we go.
Nice.
This a troubled soul I see before me.
Oh, it costs you salvage now. Okay, that's interesting.
Promethium barrel, eh? Well, I'm going to get some fucking grenades, obviously.
That's
Modified
75.
grenade.
I think I'm gonna refill my ammo.
I don't really need my ammo. Do we want medipacks or anything, or no, puto? I don't even know. I gotta get...
Leave it there? Okay.
Alright, well, I'm always gonna just refill my grenades. We got something here, puto.
Let's go to N3.
That's where we're at.
Oh, we are? Okay, okay, never mind. It was me, of course. Yep.
Alright, let's leave. We're going this way.
Yeah, underneath the bridge. Yep.
Without power, little will happen.
Where's the battery cell thing?
I got him. Boy meets me, stick with us.
I got surrounded, but I'm good. Where's that thing beeping? Oh, almost got that.
I got him. Alright, I got a bunch of them. We should leave.
Are you kidding? Alright, well. M4, it's over this way.
No, I think it's... I don't think we want to go that way. We just stick together.
Alright.
Don't go on your own. I have 1 health left.
This is unexpected.
What is unexpected?
The strike team are still alive. I must alter my projections.
Why can I never...
We should probably head for the gate. I have no more rockets. Where's Boy Meets Mini?
Right behind you.
Where exactly are we going, Puto? Alright!
Oh wait, a sniper. Darn it. Oh
Okay.
my God, we are getting absolutely destroyed.
Was it necessary to trigger that alarm?
Oh, that's a hole.
Oh no.
Oh, there's a big patrol, puto.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a biggin. Well, no, if he has invisibility, it's fine.
Yeah, you can. Where'd we go?
It's safe. Nope, boy meets mini's dead.
Wow. Yeah, blocking is sometimes not enough. You gotta keep dodging. It's like either way you dodge, you're getting slammed to the ground.
Got you, puto. Oh, I don't know why the psyker did that.
So many men with guns.
Oh no! Oh, hello, there's a chaos spawn here. Oh, I don't know about this one, lads.
No. Wait, there was another one? Yeah, it was 2 chaos spawn. Yep.
Yeah, I know, that's,
It is inadvisable for you to remain any longer. Begin extraction.
Oh, there's a lot of people with guns. Nah.
Oh, well, that's that's game.
It's unfortunate. Let me try switching to Psycho Puto.
Doesn't do what alone?
You don't want to be on your own whatsoever, and we probably
Well, of course.
need a lot of CC and probably utility. I'm gonna just do... I'm just gonna do... Yes, you also can't do the extract alone. Yeah, you can't, like, go through the gate alone. You need at least 2 people alive.
Hmm.
I'm going to play Psyker then. Nyeh. Nyeh.
Yeah, I think with all the gunners, I think I'm also gonna change over to our BDs.
Just don't die.
Yep, space FBI.
Just don't be
I
die.
just think,
Just
I
live.
just think the You're right, but the dog is going to help deal with all the gunners, right? So.
No, not against that many gunners.
I mean,
that helps a little bit.
Whatever helps. Yeah, it helps a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Also, the shotgun's a lot better. I got talent points. What the?
Yeah, they changed all the talents, so you gotta redo your skills. You gotta redo them.
Yeah, it only took one away, so I'm.
Yes, that's fine. But does that mean that Boy Meets Mini was using Terminus? Terminus. Yeah, none of my shit got stuck. Nyeh. Do we want shield puto or no? Or I can just do CC. Just perma CC. Okay, we get shield then. Which one of these was shield? I don't remember. Okay, this one was the support psyker. Okay, I have support psyker. Okay, I am support man. Okay, we go now.
Would you care to undertake a contract?
The tactical situation's changed.
Okay, puto, I'm support psyker. Okay, we go now. But we need boss damage. Of which I do like none. Just don't die. Puto, it's time for CC. Puto, it's time for CC. Are you ready to put this or what? Okay, we go now. I've already seen this. Alright, we'll win. I need to change my drip.
Yeah, we will win, we won't rest. Exactly.
I need to change my drip.
Most important part, you know. Yeah, forget the talents. Yeah, it's all about the drip.
Yeah, the drip. Drip's most important. Always. Big Stinky. We got a freaking stinker.
We got a Nergalite in here. I'm just kidding.
That's some gold?
This briefing is important. The exclusion zones beyond Tertium's outer walls are infested with admonition cultists. Until their motives become clearer, we will thwart them to the extent of your meager abilities. The wastes are awash with tech remnants. Seize all that you can. Do try not to make a muddle of this.
Makes a muddle of it.
Oh, you know I'm gonna do that.
Boy Meets Mini, why are you such a muddler? That sounds like a slur.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like something people. It sounds like an 1800s slur. I'm gonna be honest.
Yes, you seem like a bit of a muddler. Yes. This is the British Raj. Let's see, where are we going?
It's a Victorian slur.
Patrol over there?
Oh, I don't have nades.
My dream, my rules, my shield.
So we have intruders. Greet them appropriately.
Tech remnants. So it begins.
You good, puto? I am not a very... Alright. This way to 03.
Oh, you're upstairs.
We go this way.
Across the bridge? Alright.
Mm-hmm. That's 03, that's where we go next.
Is always in demand with the Deadsiders.
What penance did I complete? What the?
Nope, found a free thing of things, puto.
I hit a barrel and completed a penance. I'm not sure which one that would be. Are you kidding?
Did you jump across, puto? Damn, the Hive Scum said you should kill yourself now.
Now.
Jesus.
They would. They would.
Alright, here's 03. Alright, I'm just gonna hide in the corner. I don't want to be here.
Listen, there's a couple. Oh, I got smashed. Oh, there's a flamer.
I'm going down.
I'll save you. I'm good like that.
Fear the shadows, scholars.
Don't worry, it's dead.
Where do we go now, puto? I think we just get the fuck out of here, right?
Yep.
I am not in a good place.
Oh, I was in the worst possible place.
I'm trying to get my way back to you, puto. I'm back to you. No, my shield just came back.
It's like there's like five. They're shooting 5 directions.
No, my shield just came back.
No.
I'm still here, you know.
No milk in these twitches.
Oh no.
Fine, leave me here. I'll come back along.
Alright, nice meme.
Think of what they could tell us with the proper encouragement.
No truths are gleaned from the mouths of heretics.
I see a ranger!
Hello out there. Can I interest you in a resupply? Step right up.
There's nothing around us at the moment. Okay, there's a patrol. There's gunners. It's a gunner patrol.
Father's anointed settle this.
Nope.
Oh, that was lucky. Lucky escape.
You guys are split up right now.
I think he's getting us up on our feet. Oh, almost got smashed.
Yeah, you need to kill the guys, Puto.
Yeah.
I work in the shadows.
How are
see,
you alive?
well, he got his ability back. That's how he's alive.
Oh my god, there's a million gunners.
I strike inch.
A beast of Nurgle, no!
We really need to get the fuck out of here.
Oh my god.
Where's the gate? I think the gate's on the other side, Puto.
No, wait.
This run does really fucking suck. Oh, you're dead, Boy Meets Spinny.
No, not. There is a sniper behind me. And like 10 gunners immediately. Oh my god.
No, you're dead. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Did they make Auric even harder this patch? I don't know.
Nope.
There you go.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is nothing in comparison to Havoc.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Hey, we finally won, Puto. Look at that. Look at us.
Finally got one. How many do we need for the event? It was like, what is it, 10?
Oh, that was
it? Did any of you... No, we're not that cringe. I'm just kidding.
Berserk is good. I would like to read Berserk. Maybe I should do something else, Puto. You can go veteran. The only problem is that we typically just get a complete Papaja for like a random. Like the Hive Scum basically did nothing. Maybe I'll just do just CC. I could just like I think we probably, but because given how many like dumbass annoying fucking shitters we have, I think we just probably just want to CC them. I mean, shield is nice and all. We just need a way to constantly kill all the gunners. Smoke is really, really good. Okay, Salt Spire Andy. Total needed in alpha. Interesting. And Boy Meets Mini, just don't die.
Forehead. Yeah, this doesn't matter how I change my build. Just don't die.
Yeah, just don't die for him. Just don't die.
Arbides is working better though. I think I tank more.
I mean, Arbides is the tank class probably.
Yep. And the Maul hurts more, so it seems to be better against the.
It's time to just CC Forehead. I'm gonna CC.
Right. Just turn off your brain and just go crazy. And stick together.
Just don't die.
Just don't die. Look at General Daho, indeed, yeah.
Yeah, Ford, don't make a muddle of this. Don't be make putis nutis, tutis, futis, puto. Alright, killed them, Smile. Don't go towards the patrols. Don't do that. Don't go around. Patrol to our left.
Excellent. Search the site of interest and quickly. It is sure to alert the spiky ones.
Bring it on! Coming to us! Makes it easier!
That salvage is valuable to the denizens of its wastes. They will trade for it. This scan is complete. Did it yield anything of use?
Oh, hello. Oh, this is the wrong build. Nah. Whatever. It's fine.
Right.
This is not the right build.
You reckon there's anything worth the effort out here?
My beloved says there's a secret here, but he won't say what.
Intruders? Well, a few more corpses
Come here.
Ah, stupid sniper got me, guys. Ah. What?
Coming to you, puto.
Go on. Hit me with some of that. We're all gonna cartoon die, doom and That's the spot. Got to manage Morrow's expectations, otherwise he won't think we're heroes. Like cartoon a little bit. Follow me.
I'm with you, puto.
Oh, there's like 7 shotgunners.
Yeah, there's gonna be patrols probably nearby. Oh, hello.
Mm-hmm. You're right in front of me, yep.
Kill him. I'm going for it, puto.
Go. Why did they fall behind? Holy cow, there were so many shotgunners there.
This place lacks the blessing of the motive force.
I suddenly feeling very powerful.
Oh, hello.
Up me up.
Hunt them down, my child. For the grandfather.
Really? You're disappointing me.
The motive force has blessed you. Restored power.
Finding interrogator. Holy cow.
Oh, let's go down. What?
Oh no!
What are you doing down there, Boy Meets Mini?
I got thrown off by something. I don't know.
Hmm.
I got thrown off the platform.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, true grit. There's a beast. There's a beast in our body. Oh, he got cocked by a box almost.
So close. And he's brave for they're brave for going in there too, like that. Oh no, there's a flame.
The grandfather sees your failure. It angers him.
I mean, if they're able to solo like this with an RBDs, decent.
That was close.
Yeah, but if they
That was
can
close,
solo
that was
like
close.
that long, but
But
done for today, yeah.
Putis is done. This is Papega.
Nah. Yeah.
Team Papeja.
I'm sure there's got to be a build. I mean, what is it? You need what? You need to
No, just
be
go
effective against flak enemies.
No, you should
Right?
honestly, Boy Meets Mini. What you should do is just go full tank with a shield. That's what you should probably do. So then you don't die.
You
can
can take
just
bullets,
provide a lot of CC, and just don't die.
Castigator. Okay.
Just don't die.
I mean, that's the first part, but yeah, I guess.
Fuck you, putingos. Listen, puto, we have to fucking beat these and do the eventus. Oh, he left already. Bastard. I see how it is. I see how it is, El Fortus fucking Netus. Bastard. You think you can be you can go to sleep at like 9:30? Be a responsible adult? What are you, fucking cringe?
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you, cringe for being responsible? Man, fuck you.
You're an adult. Like, what responsibility do you have? Exactly.
Yeah, responsibilities, cringe.
You have free will. You have free will. You know?
Yeah, just don't go to sleep, Smile.
Exactly.
Factorio
for you then?
I mean, we can just do the thing. If you want.
Yeah, I'm down to do a couple more. And die, and die, and die.
No, I was talking. I was talking about the Professor Jiang thing. I already closed.
Oh
the game.
yeah. Might as well get to that.
Might as well just talk about a fucking
right.
complete moron.
That's true. I am also live right now. I don't know why did my notification not go out at all? I don't think it did.
Yeah, well,
I am live. Whatever. But yeah, that was a little bit of Darktide. I don't know. I need to figure out my build around that. We all do. But yeah,
no,
I'll go ahead and share.
That's not the correct Professor Jiang. That's also not the correct video.
I got it. Don't worry.
I'm going to. Oh, I found it.
Yep, the Secret Societies one. Yep. Oh, do you want to share it? So
I will share.
Anyway, that works.
Time to make fun of this raving lunatic.
I'm gonna go to just chatting for now.
I mean, I also have to go to just catting.
Just catting, yeah.
The objectively superior.
I have never watched a just catting stream. I'm sure it's very chill.
I'm pretty sure most of like because there's like those animal cam shows or whatever where it's just a bunch of animals. They exist, obviously.
Oh yeah, like the farm ones. Yeah, the farm ones are cool. I like those.
Well, not even just like farm ones. There's like there's like the animal sanctuary stuff and a bunch of other shit.
Yeah.
Right?
That's Maya's thing, right? Yeah.
Here's the thing. It's you just sit there, right? And typically they're in just chatting, not in just catting. I think it's like I think there's a bunch of other like bullshit as well or something. I have no idea. It's very weird.
Yeah, I mean, there's no IRL category, right? Because that would be just chatting. Or is
no, there is an IRL. There is.
There is.
There's an IRL category.
Yeah.
YouTube, why are you being so stupid? There we go.
You want me to share it? Okay, it's working for you.
Okay,
let me.
YouTube is being a little cringe.
A little Team Papaja.
A little Fortnite. A little stupid.
Right. Yeah, this is what we get for Ford going to sleep at 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. or whatever.
True. That's true. Well, no, I think it's 11:30. Okay, for him, like daylight savings time hasn't happened yet. It's like next week for him or something. It's very weird.
It's 10:30 over there right now. What time zone is that? They have their own. Yeah, no, they have their own time zone.
I don't know why.
Yeah, what the...
Oh, so how is the Illinois 9th district? Fucking suck my cock and balls, New York Times.
BIS is ahead by 5 points at the moment. Let's say 80% in.
80% in 5 points? Well, thank you, Bushra, for not conceding, but whatever.
Bushra got 5% of the vote. That explains everything, actually. Yep.
Thank you, Mike from PA.
That explains everything. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Mike from PA.
Redacted from redacted.
But yeah, she's 80% in. She's down by 5 points. She's probably not winning.
God, it was such a good run, too.
It was!
But... Well, I mean, if you look at the shape of that district, it is so... Well, I'm showing it on my screen, but yeah, if you look at the shape of that district, it is one of the most gerrymandered in a blue state I've ever seen. Like,
yep,
so many cutouts. It's like they cut it down by, I don't know, by house to house.
No, she's actually down by 4 points. But yeah, if Bushra left,
she'd be ahead.
She would be ahead.
Yeah. I don't know these other candidates like Mike Simmons and what he was about. I didn't look into his campaign.
I mean, the stats were actually looking pretty good for her initially.
No.
What? A bunch of stuff like, yeah, the early polling, in terms of vote by mail, early in person stuff. Kat was ahead by about 3 points there. She didn't have like a majority amongst. I mean, she had like with like most people like plus 20 points in terms of like younger people. She did very well with young people, and Daniel Biss is mostly just doing well with older people, which is split in between with all the with Laura Fine as well. That's just like completely fucking split. I have no idea what the fuck where Lake County is, but it seems like that's like the only thing that's carrying him or something. I have no idea.
Yeah, also the district only has like the northern slice of Cook County, which is less people, because it doesn't include downtown Chicago. So she's going to lose out on like university students, on just like, you know, people in the city. So she's going to, what's interesting is Cook County has more black residents than any county in the US, but I don't know about her district specifically. Her district looks like super gerrymandered, and yeah, that's that's going against her. But she's let's take this for what it is, though. She's doing really well in a district like that. That says a lot.
That's true.
If she's doing this well in that district.
Especially considering the fact that APAC did multiple large ad buys against her, and fucking the vote was also split.
Two split, dude. They had what, 17 candidates? It's insane.
Like 16, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Like, I'm surprised nobody dropped out too. That confused me as well. Like, how did no one drop out? Maybe Illinois elections are different. I don't know.
Maybe.
Like, you would think someone could drop out and say, okay, we're going to get behind Laura Fine or Daniel. Like, you would think...
yeah, you would have thought that the Centrist Voltron would have happened as well.
Yeah.
Because that could have
especially
also been
against
possible.
Kat. Yeah. So she's lucky that didn't happen, but I don't know.
I don't know what the makeup of this district is. Is it an older district? I think it's like suburban, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so Evanston is I believe, well, I mean, it's a northern suburb of Chicago. But I think it's a college town. I think. Yeah, Northwestern University is in Evanston. That's the big draw. So it is a college town, but Northwestern is also like a really prestigious school. So I don't know.
It doesn't matter even if it's they're all going to be more left leaning, guaranteed.
Very true.
All of them are going to be more left. That's just and with proximity to Chicago. No, I think it's I'm blaming Mike for PA. That's what I'm going to blame. I'm blaming that
redacted.
I'm blaming that fucking stupid ass bitch Mike from PA.
Yeah, he could have punched the sofa instead, instead of tweeting that.
That's true.
Instead of tweeting.
Instead of being like a schizo fucking Puritan for like literally no fucking reason. Literally worthless. But then again, that's Mike from PA. He is worthless.
Yeah, and he bills himself as somebody who's like done electoral politics for years. I'm like, dude, okay, if you've done it for years, you probably know it's dumb to purity test in electoral politics. It's the last thing you do.
I mean, listen, technically speaking, he did do electoral politics. He lost. He got fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
Running
he
as a
himself, right?
Republican.
In Pittsburgh, right? Yeah.
Somewhere around there, I think, yeah.
Yeah, he's a Yinzer, yeah.
He's a fucking Yinzer, but then again, whatever.
Oh, in my chat, Sage says 4,500 down, but 25,000 are left to count. I just don't know what the ratio of those vote drops
it's possible. Should we share chats?
Why not? Yeah, we can. I should have done that from the beginning. I slipped my mind.
Well, that means I have to fucking open up the Firefox so I can get the invite.
Firefox?
Yeah, because it doesn't work on Opera for whatever reason. I'm gonna have to fucking log in.
Why? No, I get why you use Opera memory. Yeah, other browsers just stay hog memory.
I mean, they all hog memory. This one also fucking hogs. They all hog memory.
They're all hoggers, yeah, indeed. Okay, let me find
Alright, time to
it.
fucking log in.
Oh, sorry, I have the button mapped here. Why do I have emote only on? Hang on a minute.
Because you're a spammerino with the chatterino, obviously.
Okay, my page. Okay, that's fine. Never mind.
You left the spammerino with the chatterino. Fucking spammers.
Allow that. And then I'll add you.
Wait, don't do it yet.
This one's too. Okay. Okay, send the event. Okay, you should see it. There he is.
Oh my god. Cock and balls.
Oh, is it playing on your end?
Okay, I don't want to join the call. I just want to fucking meld the chats. Okay, there we go.
Oh, let me hit the button.
Join the call. No thanks. Share chat is on. I'm gonna head to the bathroom because I'm gonna piss my pants. I'll be right back.
Worries. I'll pull out. Yeah. And I'll entertain your chat for a while.
You mean just sacrificial MILF?
That's right. Yes. How's it going? How's it going, sacrificial MILF? I don't think you've come. I think you've come by my stream before. I think. I mean, all of you have, but you know, on raids and stuff. But yeah, I haven't streamed for like a month. Like I only started. What was the other day? I got a stream in finally after a month. So that was good. It was good to finally get that in. Let me see. My camera's looking. Okay. All good. But yeah, it is good to be back streaming. I also am probably pretty soon I'm gonna upgrade my sim racing setup a bit. Like I have my wheel and pedals, but I want to get a rig for my pedals so they stay. Because right now I just have them up against like a wooden block that touches the wall, so then the pedals don't move. The problem is with that it shifts over time, so it's not fully secure. So I'm gonna see if I can get a pedal rig or some type of like, I don't know, some type of I don't know, maybe build like a platform for my pedals or something, and then they'll stay in one spot, and then it'll be easier to control. So more upgrades are coming for that. Upgrade my racism. Lovely. Okay, I'm gonna start sharing. There we go. Oh, sure. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh boy. I don't know if you all know about this Professor Jiang guy. I think he got big on TikTok or YouTube, or I think both. Like he's been on all the socials. But he like mainly his main engagement is through shorts, and he gets tons of views. Like he's closing in on 900K. And this guy is I don't. Hey, you're back. Sorry.
I'm back. What's going on?
I was already talking smack on Professor Jiang.
Oh, you should talk smack on Professor Jiang. He's cringe and stupid, and I hate him.
Yeah, and he's at 100K already.
I think that's one of his clips channels. I think. Or the.
Yeah, I mean the
clip
video
channel
is from his clips channel.
Yes.
Oh my god, and he goes on every podcast.
Yeah, of course he does.
Oh my god. Did you there's a recommend here too. Our true wealth is our consciousness. Oh no. Dude, he's everywhere. He's I hate this guy.
Don't worry, I'll say to him.
Okay, he has a shorts channel and a classroom channel. That's like his full lecture BS lectures.
You know what? His shit is his dumbass channel name is Predictive History. How many fucking subs?
He has another one.
Okay. No, his actual channel is Predictive History. That's his actual channel.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So that's he's at 2 million subs.
Jesus.
Mhm.
I'm wondering how fast. I'll have to look at his social blade later. He probably grew really fast.
Yeah, by being a schizo or something.
Yeah.
What is his oldest content? I'm curious.
3 months ago, how the Persians constructed Jewish identity. I mean, Abraham was originally from there, according to the, theological account, whatever. Yeah, but still. All right, when
guys, I'm a professor, but I'm a professor, guys, but I only graduated with a BA in fucking literature. It's like, okay, nice meme, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Nice fucking meme.
I mean, a BA, that's like a generalist degree in literature. That you don't even specialize. Like,
it's nothing. It's a fucking nonsense burger.
like if he specialized in, oh, I don't know, Jewish literature or like I don't know, certain time period. Like if he did that, I would have respected him maybe a bit more.
No, no.
Even then, not a historian.
He's not a historian. He's saying historical shit. He's not a historian.
Yeah.
Okay. We want the Discord window. We click the share screen button. We share, obviously, that screen. Yeah, Holocaust.
Does he?
Are
you just memeing or?
No, he is. No, he is a Holocaust denier.
Oh, I know he is, but does he specialize in that? No, I don't think he does.
No, I think that's
you're just memeing.
That's definitely a meme.
That's a nice meme.
Good meme.
Yeah, I'm saying if he did, like, I might respect him more, but I'm like, stick to your lane, like, educate us, like, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna show the screen now.
I'm showing screen already.
No worries.
Let's see.
Oh, is my...
Okay, not that. Not that. We want the Discord window.
I have captions on, I do. Yep. Yeah, he talks fast, so we're gonna go 1.5.
No, I guess we're watching your stream instead. Whatever. Can you not be fucking stupid right now, OBS? Why are you like this? I fucking hate this shit, man.
You want to share from your side, if that's easier? I don't know.
No, it's just OBS is being fucking stupid.
You see how mine's doing? Mine's doing okay.
There you fucking go. Okay.
There we go.
No.
Silly OBS. Why do we use this stuff?
Why is this dog shit program so dog shit? Okay, here we go. So boo-boo.
All right. Let's see if you can hear it, though. Just a quick test.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm going to do is...
It's good.
All right. We're good to go. All right. Do you want to do a preamble, or do you just want to...
Sure. Yeah. Let's just get started with this shit.
You're Mr. Preambles. Go for it.
I am Mr. Preambles. Make the buffering wheel stop.
Okay.
There we go. Well, another day, another probable schizo conspiracy theory from our favorite professor, our favorite professor guy, Professor Jiang, talking about secret societies. Now, the only instance that I recall of him, of course, talking about secret societies was when he was on Breaking Points. It was like a 9 million view video or some shit on Breaking Points, where for whatever fucking reason he was just like, oh yeah, the Illuminati controls the US government, and this is like his quote-unquote third reasoning for as to why the United States did the war in Iran. The first was hubris, maybe, which is the only one that makes the most sense. I don't 100% remember the second because my memory is terrible. And then he decided to go on like a conspiratorial ramble about secret societies. And it turns out he really likes talking about secret societies. Oh, and he said like what? It was the Jesuits who controlled the military-industrial complex. The Sabbatine Frankists, or they're Frankists? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Who control Israel. And the, what was the first one? Jesuits?
Oh, the third one?
Frankists and some
Freemasons.
other Freemasons controlled. Yes. I think it was the government itself, like the actual government of the United States, some shit like that. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Like, do we really need to get into like the I don't know, the oafishness of all this? No, I don't really think so. But it turns out he really likes talking about secret societies, and he's a bit of a conspiratorial fucking crank. Now, I've made the analogy that he's basically the same as, like, Jordan Peterson, but I think he's worse than like Jordan Peterson, because at the very least, like Jordan Peterson would peddle a bunch of like ridiculous nonsense under the sort of guise of it being impertinence to his like psychological degree or whatever, his PhD, like his actual practice in psychology. This guy has a BA in literature, and he just like repeats a fucking bunch of conspiracy theories. He's unironically a Holocaust denier. He peddles like a bunch of really terrible, just bad, I don't even know if it's accurate to call it pop history, just like inaccurate information about history. Like, he was talking about like World War II during that Breaking Points interview, and he was just saying like a bunch of like ridiculous nonsense. And also his like talks about like Marxism are also just like, oh, this is a completely just terrible interpretation of what Marxism is and the history behind like labor within the United States of America. Like, it's like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, bro here unironically believes that consumerism is Madara casting the infinite Tsukiyomi and turning everybody into a bunch of like consumerist debt slaves. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, okay, bro, like, yeah. And I have the ability to, I don't know, transcend dimensions with my Mangekyo Sharingan. Like, okay, bro, like, whatever. Nice meme. So, this is the individual that we're sort of, like, dealing with here. Now, I have Boy Meets Mini with us. Say hi, Boy Meets Mini.
Hi, everybody. I'm Boy Meets Mini. Daho brought me in because this one's going to involve, looks like some religious stuff, some Christianity. I'm a lefty Christian. I would say I'm more on the liberation and kind of sort of anarchist, but I have disagreements with them, Christian. Yeah, definitely more liberation leaning. And yeah, I've been religious for years and studied the Bible and have started studying other faiths, started reading the Quran recently. That's been cool to read in the mornings. So, mashallah, mashallah. And so,
dude, it's Ramadan. During Ramadan, think about it.
I know, right? Eventually, I'll get to 5 times a day praying as a Christian. That should help. Anyways, yeah.
But yeah, listen, I surreptitiously call Boy Meets Mini my Christian consultant, my religion consultant. Okay, because I mean, he's been practicing the faith for like basically the entirety of your life, right? So know your shit.
Well, just to be clear, when I say I know my stuff, it's more experiential. I've never been to seminary, but, many people in my family are in ministry. They teach in Christian schools back home in India. One of my grandfathers was a bishop in the Methodist Church. So I have, I don't want to say street cred, but like basically I'm very embedded within it. So I have at least enough familiarity with the Bible, some of the theology and theological foundations and stuff. So hopefully that helps here because I don't know what we're gonna see on quote unquote Professor Jiang's board today.
Yeah, I've seen there's basically at some point in this video he's gonna talk about like the Nephilim and demiurges and a bunch of other fucking bullshit. Like I have no fucking idea. He's gonna say some fuck shit. I'm just gonna be like really confused, which is purely the reasoning for as to why I brought Boy Meets Mini here, because
you got it.
I know some stuff. I have some knowledge in terms of I mean, because you kind of have to dealing with American politics, considering Christian evangelicals are everywhere. So you need to have some form of knowledge specifically with Christianity and with the Bible and whatnot, but I mean, if I wanted to like get into like a general sort of like scripture and like recite like passages from the Bible, I'm not going to be able to do that because I haven't read the Bible. I mean, I've read like a chunk of the Bible in like grade 8 for a class we called religious knowledge. We went to an Anglican school, a private school.
I was going to say, I'm like, did you go to Lutheran school?
No, it's an Anglican's private school. They have like a fucking chapel and everything, and like the minister there, he's got like some like crazy like high Canadian, like I think it's like the Order of Canada or something. I don't remember exactly. Wow. He's been around the world or something. It's whatever. He's a big guy. He's a known guy. The minister that we have there. But anyway, I digress. purely the reason why I brought Boy Meets Mini here with us is because I know this guy's probably going to say a bunch of fuck shit, a bunch of like conspiratorial nonsense probably in terms of religion. And I'm not going to be 100% knowledgeable on like the Nephilim and the demiurges and like all the weird demon shit that he's basically going to say. So Boy Meets Mini is here to catch that out and, well, say why it's actually like provide the knowledge for us to more than likely why it is extremely fucking stupid. Thank you, Sacrificial Milf.
It's not like that, but okay, you can assume that, I guess.
Yep. Yeah, you need to relax, Sacrificial Milf. Stop trying to ship people, okay? Kind of weird. Weird. Halt. Okay.
Yeah.
Anywho, let's get into the video and see what our boy Professor Jiang has to talk about.
All right. Into the breach.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm going to do is explain to you what most Christians believe about their religion, okay? This is called the Orthodox or the canonical perspective. Okay, so this is what you're taught officially by the church. Christianity has many different factions, but they all believe in a certain interpretation of the Bible, okay?
Okay, first off, no, there are actually different interpretations. I don't know if this guy understands, like, maybe, like, are there like general high-level things that all the denominations and different churches agree on? You know, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Even there's like theological disagreements about the resurrection, and obviously, you know, Orthodox people, they celebrate on a different day. You know, the Christmas Day, and I think Orthodox Easter is different as well. So there's like time discrepancies.
There's a lot of like time different stuff, and it's because I don't know if Professor Jiang. I don't know if he's like necessarily going to get into all of this. I mean, historically speaking, there was a big schism between the Eastern and the Western Roman empires, which is what created the Orthodox versus the, I don't know if it's canonical. Is canonical the same as Catholic Church?
You could say that, because I mean, at that point, that's where the Catholic Church that's where the Catholic Church like really established itself, or that was like what the Holy Roman Empire period, and so.
Oh, that's later. We're talking about earlier than that.
That's later. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we're talking.
It's if I recall correctly, the reason why the Eastern and the Roman Empire, and the Western Roman empires split was mostly because of like theological differences. Or part of it was like theological differences and also like logistical differences as well. It's a little bit of both, and that's more or less where the split, generally speaking, happened. Was based off of that specifically. If we're talking about Orthodox versus Catholic Christians,
right?
Purely based off of Eastern versus Western Rome, generally speaking.
Yeah. So there's no like, again, he's really oversimplifying here, and I understand at a high level maybe to explain like these are the basics of Christianity, but there's a lot of disagreements. Even the basics can be disagreed upon in some ways. Like, for example, there's a lot of disagreements about the flood story with Noah in the Old Testament. There's obviously now you have to start considering rabbinical Jewish interpretation. So it gets crazy.
That's going to be different.
Yes. So anyways, my point is we don't all believe in a certain interpretation. It's plural.
He may be just simple. To be fair, he may be just simplifying it a little bit just to get through a lot of the meat and potatoes. Like, because...
Fair. That's fair.
It's for a little fairness. Yeah. Let's keep going.
Well, what else you got, man?
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the apocryphal. Apocryphal just means hidden, okay? Or secret, or esoteric. Just a secret knowledge that is kept within these secret societies. All right, so the Orthodox canonical comes from a reading of the Bible. And the Bible, at its core, is a story of the covenant between God and humans, okay? Covenant.
So far, pretty, I mean, at a high level, yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah, so far, there's nothing crazy going on here. What, Covenant, Halo? What the heck? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Whoa, allegory. We love allegory, don't we?
Yep.
Covenant means contract or understanding. So throughout the Bible, there are a series of covenants, okay? The first covenant is between Adam and God. So you may have heard of
right, the first, well, what we say is the first person who ever, you know, first human being
existed.
Ever, whoever purportedly existed. And yeah, I mean, there was a covenant between Adam and, I guess he's going to do what Adam and Abraham probably Jacob. Like I think that's the order he's going to list them in. But yeah, I mean, this is a correct understanding of covenant. Although to say simply that it's a contract is a little incomplete. At a high level, it's fine. What it more is like sort of because at the time you have to remember a little historical context. At the time, you have to remember that when Abraham came over from Persia, because you have to remember he originally came from Sumeria, right? What is today Persia? And he came, in the account it says that he came over to this promised land, which is today Canaan or the Levant, or Palestine. And when he came to Palestine, there were already people there. In fact, it's documented in the book of Genesis.
That would have been the Canaanites or the Philistines.
Canaanites, Philistines, Nabateans, many different people groups. Nabateans
Phoenicians.
more toward like Nabateans are more toward like Jordan and like where Petra is today.
Yes.
But that said, there were already people there. So the thing, which kind of dismantles the whole notion of Zionism in and of itself. But the point I'm making there is the covenant that Abraham made with God, it wasn't so much of a contract. It was more like a lifelong dedication that was based on faith in a God that was not an idol. Because you have to remember at the time, the existing peoples worshipped, they had their own tribal,
it's all pagan stuff.
Yeah, they're pagan and and sort of indigenous faith. So you had gods like Asherah, gods like Adonai, and basically what ended up happening is there was a syncretization that happened over time as Judaism developed. So Judaism is essentially kind of doing away with like idols, like physical idols, and moving toward a sort of an omnipresent God that isn't in any physical form, which was that was sort of monotheistic ideal of Judaism, but that emerged out of syncretization of the existing faiths of the region of Palestine. So
like
that's where,
basically the idea, like if, just to I make a little bit of a meme out of it. It's just like, why worship all these guys when we can just have this like one dude? It just makes everything easier. Like, fuck that, dude. Be lazy.
Yeah, we don't go to war with each other, but they still do.
Listen, it's all contradictory. It's silly sometimes. Religious people being contradictory about stuff. Who would have thought? Nah, don't worry about it.
Yes, and yeah, Alex, you're correct. Alex, Alex, both of our Alex is my mod as well, but he speaks on Catholicism, and the thing is that apocryphal just means it doesn't have as solid of source material, because the Bible, you remember, comes from source material. It comes from prophetic writings and scrolls and stuff that were assembled over time by councils. And
also like the first instance the Bible was written, wasn't it like 40 years after Jesus allegedly died? Allegedly.
The Torah was always. The Torah and the Tanakh, those have been around before Jesus, but the Jewish texts. But yeah, the New Testament. The four Gospels were not. I don't think they were assembled until until the Council of Nicaea, which I believe was about 300 years after,
something like that. Yeah.
In Turkey. Yeah, in Turkey. So, yeah, it's a really interesting topic, but like the misinfo and the assumptions and conspiracies around it are a problem. That's my issue. And yeah, apocryphal means something with shaky sources. So that's why you'll see some churches have only 66 books in the Bible. Protestant is 66 books. And then you'll see Catholic Bibles, they have additional books in there that are excluded from Protestant Bibles for theological reasons. You can blame Martin Luther and the Reformation in Germany for that. And then you have churches like in Ethiopia, the Tewahedo Church, right, where they're one of the oldest existing churches on the planet, like very, very close to the time of Christ. And so they have 81 books, and that includes all the apocryphal books. So if you open an Ethiopian Bible, you'll see all the apocryphal books like Enoch, the Book of Judas, like there's a ton of them. And those are the more sort of...
So is that potential? So is that where he could be potentially utilizing the term apocryphal then?
Yes.
In reference to that. Okay, so...
Yes. So these additional books that got excluded over time.
Listen, okay, quick meme. Racism? Question mark? Like...
It could be. Because again, early churches were where, in North Africa and West Asia, and it didn't really get to Europe until I mean, obviously there were the Apostle Paul and his journeys, Peter with the establishment of the Catholic Church, and his execution in Rome, and on that site is where St. Peter's Basilica is built, which I want to go one day. I really want to go to Vatican and Rome and just check that out one day. It's if I can't go to the quote unquote Holy Land, I can't go to Palestine. It's unsafe. I'll die over there. So I can at least go to Italy.
That's true. You could go to Italy
or Turkey. I could do both. Why not? But it didn't fit their storyline. Yeah, so basically it did not fit what the council wanted as far as like a canonical text. And there was also a lot of like conflicting theology about like the sort of about all of the things that like God expects from people. Like, there's all the laws of God and laws of Moses and all that. And there were a lot of contradictions with that in the apocryphal texts. So that's why they're called apocryphal or shaky texts for that reason. And they're definitely a lot more, those texts are a lot more, I guess to end this point, a lot more mystical. What I mean by that is they don't speak in terms of like legalities or what's right and wrong, sin and, what's sinful and what's not sinful. It's more about sort of the sort of the spiritual nature of Jesus and, and also some of the old, like you could almost see you can almost see like in Factorio, in the game Factorio, you have byproducts of stuff, right? When you produce stuff, you have byproducts.
Fuck ass byproducts.
I know, right? Yeah, but the Apocrypha contains some of those byproducts of syncretizing of religion, right? So when you have the old pagan gods and goddesses and idols, you could see where you can kind of, the apocryphal texts give you a lens into like that process of syncretization as well. So that's basically how I look at apocryphal texts. I haven't read too much into them. I'd like to read into them more. Do I believe them? Of course not. Not at the current moment. And I am mentally stable. Don't worry. But I don't know about this guy though.
No, we'll get to that. We'll get to that eventually.
I'll hold that. But anyways, yeah, that's essentially the difference between canonical and apocryphal. It's again what the councils decided. What was it? The Council of Nicaea, and then later there was the Council of Trent in the Middle Ages. So, there you go.
The story of the Garden of Eden, right? God creates the universe, then creates the Garden of Eden, where he puts Adam and Eve. And God says to Adam and Eve, this is paradise. You don't have to work. Just enjoy life. The food is free. The food is plentiful. Every day you'll be happy and free of want.
So far, so good.
But there's only one thing that you must not do. And only one thing, okay? Whatever you do not eat from
don't eat the apple.
Tree of knowledge of good and evil. Just don't do that and you'll be okay. So of course, what do Adam and Eve do? They eat the stupid fruit, okay? So then what God does is he banishes Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, and now they're forced to work to grow food to feed themselves, okay? And this leads to society, the development of society. God looks down from the heavens and sees that humans now are going to war. They are fighting their private property. And God says, I don't want this crap. This
wait.
He's going Maoist.
Private. They developed the concepts of private property already. I mean,
so
like in the Marxist sense, like I guess technically, I mean, this is primitive accumulation, basically, right? Like someone decided to make a stake on a claim of land, grow a bunch of crops on there, and said like, I have excess crops. How about you just like work on the land? I mean, that's essentially what private property is. It like kind of sort of like not really. There wasn't like wage labor involved like quite yet because currencies haven't been invented yet. It was just like people just working a land. Yeah, it was still barter systems at that time, right? Like this is in the timeline of like Marxist analysis. This would be the times during slavery, slave economy specifically, and it was just. Well, it was like more communal, sort of, I guess, besides the slavery bits. And generally speaking, it was just a bunch of people working on a piece of land. There was not, like, really any distinction between, like, capital and the proletariat with the proletariat and a bourgeois. Like, so it's
No,
it's like technically private property, but not exactly. It's a little different. Like
it's not the same. Sorry, it's not the same sense. It's more like you stake it out, and you that property is protected by use of force, by violence, right? It's not protected by deed. It's not protected by.
There's no laws about this.
There was nothing like that back then.
Not yet.
And not yet. I mean, and of course, then later it developed into feudal systems where you had, a royal, like a monarch who owned the hold, right, and owned everybody in there as their subjects. So that's where I guess that evolved. But yeah, this idea that like capitalism came from the original sin of eating the fruit. No, it didn't. There is, I think he is really jumping the gun there. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, like it's just like, yeah, private property was developed. It's like technically correct, but like not exactly.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny you say that. Eve was still getting only 75 cents on Adam's dollar. I
That's
guess
true.
So, there was no currency back then. But I guess you could say it's funny. Did your thing die?
No, it's all good. I tapped out real quick. It's all good.
No worries. But I was gonna say there's one account I really like, and she's more of an atheist. So she's not a Christian, but she used to be like a crazy not crazy right, but like she used to be in that right wing evangelical sort of like New Apostolic Reformation type church. Like she was a fundie growing up, and she used to lead music and all that stuff. So she tells her story, and she's obviously an atheist now and happily married. But there's an account on TikTok. She's really popular, and you might have seen her TikToks. Her name is Eve Was Framed. So that's her username. Eve Was Framed. So you could say, yeah, Eve was framed. And it's
is that the girl who was like calling all the churches or something?
No, that's not her. But I mean, she covered that, but she wasn't the one who did that. Her focus is calling out people like mega churches like Hillsong, Bethel, like some of these really corrupt
Copeland, I assume.
Yeah,
like all the weirdos that surround Trump, basically those guys.
Yeah, she used to be one of the top people at Bethel, by the way. And Bethel's, if you don't know, Bethel is a huge mega church here on the West Coast, and they're essentially a cult. Like it's really, really scary. And everybody who's come out of there, they have insane stories. Like I even for me as a Christian, I'm like, what the? I've never, like, this never happened in Methodist spaces, man. We were kind of normal, I guess. Anyways.
They do a little trolling.
Yeah, a lot of trolling. Anyways, yeah, this jump to capitalism straight from the apple. No, it's
not exactly how it works.
Anyways.
So he's like, you know what, I'm going to destroy everyone and start over. But then he sees a human that he likes named Noah. And this leads to
the flood narrative.
God saying to Noah, build a ship, build an ark, and save yourself, because I will flood the universe. I will destroy the world. So God destroys the world, and Noah lives. And then God says to Noah, you know what? That's kind of silly. I should have destroyed the universe. I promise never ever destroy the world again. Okay, that is his covenant with Noah. But God.
No, 2 times 2 slut, 3x speed. No, this guy talks fast, okay? And there's a lot of big words being spoken here. But so what he's talking about here with the flood narrative, real quick. And this is where Christians, this is actually the origin of why Christians don't like the Pride movement, because the rainbow, in the story of Noah, at the end of the flood, there was a rainbow when the flood cleared, right?
Mm-hmm.
And life could start over again. There was a rainbow that appeared after the storm. And so
that's why they hate the rainbow flag. That's so silly.
They don't like that God's promise is being appropriated for gay stuff. That's essentially it. Because they think the rainbow is God's promise to never destroy the earth again.
That's really fucking stupid by the evangelicals.
It's like, who owns... I've made this point before, too. Who owns rainbows?
Yeah, I guess Christians own rainbows now or something. That's really fucking goofy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's something in Pokemon, unironically, called the rainbow condition. Well, the rainbow weather. It's used in ROM hacks, but it is also in the main series games. It's very annoying to basically put. It's not worth it. The effect you get is pretty good. Like move secondary effects have a double the chance of activating. It's basically Serene Grace as a weather effect, so it's very, very good. But to get it active, it is a complete pain in the ass, and it's just not worth it. Like, is Pokemon like appropriating God's promise by creating the fucking rainbow condition, weather condition in Pokemon? Christians, like what's going on here? This is silly.
Well, I mean, there's been satanic panic around Pokemon, so maybe I don't know.
Nah,
they probably don't know that much.
No, they don't. No, this is like some. This is stuff that's developed in Gen 6, so they don't know about this for sure.
Yeah,
like is Lucky Lucky Charms, for example, also like an appropriation of God's promise, Christians or something?
Yeah,
That's very silly.
They never got mad about that. I guess because it's a leprechaun and that's Irish and that's okay. I don't know. I mean, but here's the funny thing: leprechauns are pre-Christian. It's like a pagan thing in Irish culture. But
no, that's true. That could be a fucking demon. We don't know Christians, but you know.
I mean, so are Christmas trees. Anyways, moving on. But yeah, that's essentially what I'm just explaining the core reason why Christians a lot of time they hate on pride. It's funny because I find a lot of, and we say like, we often, I don't like to make the assumption, but we often make the assumption that like a lot of Christians are closeted, gays or lesbians, right? Or or just closeted in some way or another when they're constantly complaining about, say, trans people or complaining about homosexuality. The thing is that I feel like it's more about this that they're complaining about and less about the actual act itself or the two, or the relationship between two guys or two women or two trans people or two non-binary people. Like,
yeah,
I think they're less concerned about that and more concerned about like this covenant stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on it, but let's be honest here, Boy Meets Minnie. If we're talking about evangelicals here,
true,
they don't know about that shit. Guarantee it. I guarantee it. And if they do, it's like complete LARP cope bullshit.
Yeah, I think maybe it's just like the sort of shock factor of seeing two dudes married is probably what triggers them all day long.
Probably, yeah.
And and behind the curtain, you know what they're doing. But anyways, yeah, that's what the covenant with that's like an interesting thing about the covenant with Noah. But so far, he's theologically correct. So he's getting the Orthodox stuff pretty well. Let's see where he slips up.
Sees that humans are still wicked and evil. And he says,
there's
you know
Abraham.
What? I need to find a man who is good. And I need him to grow a nation that can be the light of the world, that will be the best example of what it means to be a good person. So he finds a man named Abraham. And Abraham, of course, is the father of a nation called Israel.
So this is where the Zionism creeps in. So a lot of anti-Zionist Jews will tell you that it's not about nation; it's about cultivating a people, right? A people group.
Right.
The definition of nation state did not come until much later in
that would have been about like this is like some, if anything, this is probably something that Theodore Herschel more than likely implemented. Now, have I read his book or what? No, but
I need to.
I'm guessing.
I think I need to just to know, like, or at least read. I don't know, Cliff's Notes on it or something. But yeah, I would imagine Herzl probably appropriated the. So one thing about Israel, people. The name Israel, where it comes from. It comes from when the 12 tribes emerged, right? And they are descendants of Abraham. And Jacob was the leader of the top tribe, the Levites. So Jacob was given the name Israel by God. Israel, that's the name of like the leader. And so the leader of that group of people, those 12 tribes, his name was Israel. So actually the name comes from a person. And this is also documented. I mean, this is, every Muslim knows this as well. This is the same narrative. This is the same founding narrative to Islam, by the way.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, makes sense. It's all sprouted. Yeah. It all sprouted up from, Abraham. I mean, this is the guy. It's him.
Yep. So, but yeah, the nation, it's a people group. It's sort of you could say clans, right? Clans, or, associated clans. Where
that's what it would have been back then, like a bunch of clans,
and they were,
basically. And eventually they make a confederacy. Essentially.
Right, and the distinction was that they did not worship the idols. That was the distinction. So, yep.
And so this is the third covenant. God says to Abraham, you and your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren are now loyal to me. I see you as the chosen people, and I give you the promised land. Okay, that's what Israel is, a promised land. Over time, what happens is that Abraham and his people, they go off to Egypt. And in Egypt, they become slaves to the Pharaoh of Egypt. And then God is like, you know what, I should check up on the Israelites and see how they're doing. He looks down and he says, oops, they're now slaves to the Pharaoh. So I need now to fix this, okay? So we appoint a man named Moses.
If we're doing a little bit of a historical analysis, this would have been about around the time of probably like Ramses the Great.
Yes,
Him.
Ramses the Great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
this would have
Ramses,
been
in fact.
This would have been about like right around, not like Bronze Age collapse kind of a deal, but Egyptian Empire, like because they did conquer the lands of Palestine and Israel. Well, it would have been Canaan, I believe, at this point, or Philistine. Canaan or Philistine, I think, before it was like Israel. They conquered that in like fights against the Babylonians, I think. So there was like a big war. Babylonians, the Egyptians won the war. They took over the territory, yada yada yada. There's a very, very TLDR version of the history if we're talking about like Bronze Age Egypt here. And
yeah,
that's
we don't need to get that.
yeah. Very, very TLDR version of the history here. And that's mostly the reason why the quote-unquote Israelites would have been enslaved here by the Israelites didn't just randomly end up in Egypt, Professor Jiang. They got conquered by the Egyptians when they were fighting with the Babylonians.
And they were sold
during those times.
Yeah,
and
they were sold into slavery. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yep. So he definitely glossed over that. Again, he's going fast, so I get it if he.
Yeah,
little.
Yeah, like it's not 100% like necessary to know about like the actual history. I'm just like, I don't know. I just get triggered about that stuff. Don't worry about it, okay?
Well, and also just a little more context around this. This was also a time when in the Old Testament, in the Torah, where in the story, the people, who in this time when, Egypt had won against Babylon and conquered the territory of what's today Palestine, when the Israelite people were in Egypt, they had kind of slipped on their faith, like through generations. Like this faith had weakened quite a bit, and also being enslaved is very discouraging, obviously, to a people. So you can imagine that at that point their faith was not very strong, and so this is where the events of Exodus come about, right? Where obviously this is all, we don't know if this actually happened, but whatever. In terms of the narrative, God brought plagues and locusts and all kinds of stuff, and had Moses do crazy things, like turn the water into blood and stuff like that, which was really brutal. And then of course there was the angel of death, right? That killed all the firstborn sons of Egypt, but left the Israelites alone, right? Saved the Israelites. And then that's when the Exodus started. So yeah, this is, I guess, a time of revival, basically, faith for the Israelites, and of course returning to these promised land. But again, like I said, this what's kind of what I don't like about Professor Jiang is he's adopting some aspects of Herzl Zionism and revising a lot of this, because again, even if it's a promised land, there's other people there. You can't just kick them out. Like, it doesn't say in there you kick those people out, but yeah, I mean, Herzl wanted to. So yeah, I also have. I have a problem with the way he's framing Promised Land here, because it's not the original. But anyways, whatever. It's we can blame Herzl for all of this revisionism. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Theodore. Very, very cool.
To free the Israelites from Egypt and take them back to the Promised Land. When Moses does this, God says, now what you must do is give the Israelites my law, the 10 Commandments. Okay? The law. Because otherwise, I can't trust you guys to behave. Okay? So now this is the fourth covenant. So now the Israelites are back in the Promised Land, but again, and even though there's laws, they still become wicked, and they start.
Well, that's the golden calf, right? I think he's going to mention that, where they started worshiping a golden calf, and obviously, we have an analogy to today, right? We have the you've probably seen all the golden, what was that? It was the Gaza AI video that Trump.
Yeah, Trump Gaza #1, yeah, with all the gold statues. I think that's just more. Yeah, I think that's just more so a byproduct of like Trump's just sort of gaudiness, and he I mean, he wants gold statues of himself like erected because not because of like the golden calf, although like you can make like religious allegory to that very, very easily, but that's just because in his like childish mind it's like, well, you know, if you're like a great dictator or a great ruler, people erect golden statues of you, right? And that's like, I think like really, really simple, basically, really, really simple.
Yeah, and again, it sort of harkens back to the story of the golden calf, and you know, I've always it's funny because I always tick off evangelicals when I say, you guys actually are just worshiping a dear leader, you're not worshiping God, and they get really mad because yeah, it like dismantles their whole notion of, you know, their whole like holier than thou, the whole it dismantles their self-righteousness, I guess you could say. But yeah, I like to make them mad, I like to trigger them, I'll continue doing it. It's fun. It's true. It's a fun sport. I highly recommend it. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, this is the establishment of the Ten Commandments. And I guess the word wicked in the Bible, especially, there's so many interpretations of the word wicked. Basically, and obviously there's the wicked emote. We love that emote in chat with the Oakley sunglasses. Wicked indeed. But basically, it's used in a lot of different contexts, and one of the contexts could be that you harm someone else, right? You inflict harm on someone else or yourself. The other is that you disobey these laws, right, that God put in place, right, the Ten Commandments. So if you covet your neighbor's wife, that's wicked. You can't do that. But yeah,
it's like the Imperium calling everybody a heretic or something, right? It's shit like that. Basically.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it that. I mean, there were contexts where it was like you're a heretic, you're an outsider, and then there were contexts of holding you accountable for actual, harmful things you're doing. So like whether you're committing fraud or stealing or whatever, like those kind of things. But yeah, there's multiple contexts for wicked, and yeah, he's simplifying a bit here, I think. And this is more of a liberation interpretation of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments are like guidance for your life. That's kind of how it's seen. A lot of a lot of rabbis will say this too. It's more about guidance and allowing you to grow and question. As you probably know, in Jewish synagogues, questioning is heavily encouraged. In fact, the rabbi wants you to ask questions, wants you to ponder, wants you to question. Whereas in Christian churches, you ask a question and the pastor says you're disobeying authority, which no, it's we want to grow. And that's one of the problems I have in Christian spaces. There's a lack of growth in those. It's just you guys, it's just sort of, LARPing as, people that are holier than others, LARPing as chosen people, and saying that we're the ones going to heaven, everyone else is screwed. Whereas I like the more sort of, I like the more Jewish and even Islamic approach. In Islam, questioning is encouraged too, in many ways. And so I like this idea of that you can ask questions, you can grow, you can figure out like, what's sort of my guide, what are the guiding principles for my life going forward. And I think that's really helpful.
I think some historical context for as to why that's more than likely the case is probably because of part of it is because of like differing factors of climate, like the many ice ages, I think is part of the reason for as to why that's the case. But another part of the reason for as to why is a lot of the inquisitions that would happen very, very often during the dark ages of the medieval period of history. That's more than likely why a lot of Christians think like that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it like stems from old monarchy and I guess, sort of extensions of that into colonialism. Like, yeah, there's a lot of strings attached when it comes to that. So, but yeah. Anyways, that's sort of the context behind the word wicked. So yeah, he's simplifying a bit.
To worship false gods. So God punishes them, and God's now looking for a good leader of the Israelites. And then finally he finds a person named David, who becomes the king of the Israelites. And God says to David, you are the person I've been looking for all of eternity. You are the best example of what it means to be a faithful follower of me, Yahweh. Okay? And so this is something called the Davidic covenant. The Davidic covenant states that God will always favor Israel as the chosen nation.
This is full Herzl. I love that. Oh my god. He's just leaning into it.
Yeah, because the concept of the nation state didn't really exist. It would have been a kingdom at this point in time. It would have been God's favorite kingdom. So, no, like, this is this purely fucking revisionist. This is nonsense. Like, I don't know if he's trying to say, like, oh, this is what it would be in, like, a more modern context, but I'm pretty sure, like, in every instance, like, anyone who, like, heavily studies the Bible or... like maybe like the more ultra orthodox Jews would just be like, no, this is like some fucking heretic shit. Would not have been a nation at this point in time.
No, and like they would say, oh, okay, this is some like messianic stuff. Like, yeah, I would agree. Yeah, this sort of this chosen nation stuff. It's interesting because at like protests, you'll see like ultra orthodox Jews holding signs like Yeah,
they don't think Israel should be in existence right now, right?
Yeah, because it's not the time. It's not God's time yet. Like they basically think that like colonizers made it like their unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Middle East. So and it's not the real thing. So which
I mean it's technically true. like it's not wrong.
So he's gonna go full Herzl on us today with David. Oh boy.
And the house of David will rule Israel forever. Okay? So guys, quick question here. Who wrote the Bible? Probably this guy, okay? Right?
No, that's assembled.
Yeah, that's a bunch of fucking gobbledygook. David did not write. Even I know that this is not the case. No, it was assembled based off of a bunch of scripture from like the Torah and a bunch of other like religious texts. This is nonsense.
Correct.
Made by I don't remember I don't know do we have like the name of the dude who basically did that? No, I don't think so. Like,
it wasn't any particular person. It would have been, so at this point you would have had a Jewish temple, right? The temple in Jerusalem. The old temple. And the old temple was run by a specific tribe of the Jewish people, the Israelite people known as the Levites. The Levites were essentially like the top dogs in Jewish society. They were the priest caste, class, whatever, if you will, and they were the ones who were allowed inside the temple, inside the the inner sanctum of the temple in Jerusalem. And so the Levites, the Levite scribes, were the ones who were interpreting and interpreting and prophesying the word of God. And so essentially, the Torah was formalized by them. Then later, obviously you have all of the other texts of the Old Testament, all the prophetic texts like Isaiah. David is attributed to have written primarily the Psalms. If you know, the Psalms are like poetry.
That's the poetry,
right?
yeah.
And then also many of the Proverbs. I mean, the thing is though, kings like David and Solomon have never been proven to actually exist archaeologically, so there's a whole archaeological quagmire with the Bible and the Torah. Whatever, we can disregard that for the moment. But in terms of theologically, if you want to follow the narrative, David is attributed mainly to Psalms because David was an instrumentalist and a singer, musician, in the narrative, and used to offer his services to royalty as a musician when he was younger, and then Solomon, later on would, write poetry and stuff too. So they were both, artsy guys, David and Solomon. Not very masculine, and I'm just kidding.
Very artsy fartsy, kind of cringe.
Yeah. Yep. But anyways, so David didn't write the Bible. This is
just not true.
Very wrong. Okay.
You get the guess who wrote the Bible? Probably not Moses, probably not Abraham, probably not Noah, probably not Adam, probably this guy, okay? Because he's saying that all of these five, okay, I am the best. I'm the person that God loves the most. My family.
David never said that.
Yeah, I don't think that's exactly how that works either. This seems very silly.
Actually, in the narrative of David, he doubted himself a lot because when he was put in as king, I mean, first of all, he did not come from a lot of wealth. He came from, a shepherd's family. He came from poverty, and he came from the lowest of the clans of Israel. I believe the tribe of Benjamin. Don't quote me. I know. There's probably I'll have to double check that. But he was from one of the lowest clans, and or lowest tribes of Israel. And so David had risen up because he defeated Samson with a slingshot, and then
that was Goliath
later.
Right?
Yeah, he defeated Goliath with a slingshot, which again, mythical story, whatever. You're a 40K guy. You can appreciate this.
That's true.
So the thing is that yes, it was definitely a pecking order, a caste system. Yes.
Yeah, that's pretty much most human tribalism throughout like history, especially in like confederations of tribes. Certain bigger tribes will have like power over the smaller ones, generally speaking. Like, yeah,
it was like family lineage, hereditary occupation, very much like the Indian caste system, the South Asian caste system that developed over time as Hinduism syncretized right into one religion. So, anyways, the point I'm making is David came from one of these lower sort of tribal castes of Israel and rose up to be king, and that was like nobody thought. But then there were prophets before who were prophesying about David coming in and whatever. Anyways, the point I'm making is that David was thrust into suddenly being the king of an entire people, and so he often doubted himself. It's shown throughout the story that he doubted himself while he was in power. He even strayed from his role as king, ignored certain things, let stuff fall apart by the wayside. And obviously you probably know the story. I mean, there's a Leonard Cohen song, right? What's the song called? Hallelujah, where it tells the story of David being tempted by Bathsheba, who was someone else's wife. Nice meme. I think one of his general's wives, if I remember correctly, or one of his military commander's wives. And so, yeah. So there was that falling, and then of course God had to redeem David. So David had to confess his sins and everything. So anyways, David never said he was the best, according to the narrative. So this guy hasn't read like Isaiah and all those prophetic books. Clearly, he hasn't read the Bible. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think he's read the Bible. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Yeah, he is what I would like to call a TikTokified Christian. I guess I don't know what else to call
I don't even know if he's a Christian, to be honest.
Well, I mean, he would have gotten all his info off of like random TikTokers who pose as ministers. Like, there's a lot of this going on, unfortunately, and so I feel like we're seeing the after effects of that. And unfortunately, this is going out to 1 million people. So, lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will rule the world because that is God's will. Okay? Now, of course, that's not what happens. Eventually, David has a son named Solomon, and these two are considered the two best rulers of Israel. And this is what we call the Davidic kingdom, okay? The Davidic kingdom, the golden age of Israel. But after Solomon, the Israelites turned wicked again, and then God has to punish them and scatter Israel across the world. Okay?
That's a bit simplistic. What actually happened is there were invasions from
other
Romans
and other kingdoms. Yeah. Wait, this still would have been early Bronze Age. No, this would have been like post Bronze Age, like Iron Age. This now. Before that, Bronze Age is like 1500 BCE, around there to about 600. No, not 600. Like 400 something, 500 something like that. Whenever the Sea People started invading, that's when the Bronze Age collapse happened.
It might have been like long after David, but yeah, that's when that collapse started happening, and so that's why this sort of like exile of Jewish people, the first exile, right? They call this the first exile. It was not just like he's attributing it to the sins of the people, whatever. It's more just this sort of.
Then it would have been probably collapse. So probably collapse of the Bronze Age, invasion by the Sea Peoples. That's probably what it is.
Yep. And I mean, obviously it's reframed, and theologically it's reframed as like the sins of the people. That's why they were scattered to the ends of the earth, et cetera, et cetera. But like, yeah, we know historically that's not the full story. And yeah, this is why, again, I don't like this whole nation building narrative that the Zionists have turned the Old Testament into. I really don't like that because it's not what it's about.
Not really that. It's not that at all.
No. Yeah, like. Again, you talk to most Jewish people, they're like, yeah, I don't get all this old nation building stuff. It's all more about community and family. And, obviously, Judaism is mainly hereditary. There is conversion through marriage and other ways, but like mainly it's hereditary and it's passed down and it's tight knit, but it's not about nation state. I mean, that stuff is like modern, very modern compared to like the, 4,000 years of tradition. So, yeah.
And so the last covenant is the arrival of Jesus. What Jesus does is that, first of all, he reasserts the law of Moses and say to the Israelite people, remember Moses, and his law, because that's what God wants. And then he sacrifices himself in order to free the Israelites of the original sin, right? Because God's pissed off at people because people ate the fruit. That's the original sin. That's the first crime of disobedience against God. So by killing himself, Jesus frees humanity of the original sin.
So Jesus did not kill himself. The Romans, because at this point in time, Judea, well, it would have been Palestina at this point in time. The province of Palestina would have been conquered by the Romans at this point in time. And the Romans thought that, oh, Jesus is like kind of going around, he's like talking to the to the Jews, and may potentially, this is very TLDR by the way, and may potentially be fomenting some form of rebellion against our rule in the area. And we don't really like that as the... Now, this is very, very late Roman Republic, about to border into Empire territory.
Yeah, this is Caesar Augustus time period.
Yes.
When Caesar Augustus was in power, yep.
So
and the other thing, Jesus was very much a subverter of earthly authority. What I mean by that, just in layperson's terms, obviously, against the brutal rule of the Roman Empire, but also there was the temple authorities he had to deal with. Because you remember in the narrative, Jesus was born.
Oh, this is the table flipping, right? Isn't it?
Kind of, it's leading up to that, but like Jesus grew. So Jesus was born to a carpenter. When Jesus was sent to earth as a child, as a baby, born through Mary, right? Joseph, his father, was a carpenter from Nazareth, and so Jesus learned carpentry from his dad. Just his earthly dad. Apprenticing, and then later, I guess, earned his way into rabbinical school, right, in Jerusalem, learning to becoming a rabbi. So people forget, in the narrative, Jesus was a rabbi, and all the apostles called him rabbi, teacher, and so because of that, the difference with Jesus was he challenged a lot of the notions of the time, kind of the same way Martin Luther did in 1500 with the Reformation, or like how liberation, black liberation continue to do so today. People like Frederick Douglass, Martin Luther King Jr., all of them. So anyways, he was a challenger of authority on multiple fronts, and he also challenged the apartheid of the time, because obviously Rome imposed apartheid of Jews and Gentiles. Obviously, that was upheld by the temple authorities as well. The Sadducees and the Pharisees upheld that, and so Jesus was like, no, it is for all people, not just your chosen people. Everyone is chosen, and so that's where the sort of redemptive narrative of the forgiveness of Jesus comes from, so that's what, and like you said, Jesus didn't kill himself. He was executed by the Roman authorities at the behest of also the temple authorities, who support.
They wanted to maintain the hierarchy that they had currently in place, because they wanted to keep the province for themselves.
And he was,
which is why I find it so funny that Christian evangelicals are like, Jesus this and Jesus that, and it's just like, no, dude, like what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus was anti-authoritarian inherently, and you people are pro-authority. It's silly, it's fucking stupid, but whatever. Like, whoa, Christian evangelicals don't believe in anything, it's all an inherent contradiction. No, stop.
Yeah, and one thing I will say from personal experience, I used to be, now for any Christians in here, like, who's this Christian guy? He's speaking like he's a lefty commie Christian.
Yeah, what are you?
No,
cuck?
I used to be a right-wing, far-right Christ fascist when I was growing up, because initially I was Methodist and sort of normal kind of, and then my family started going more to more fundy churches. And when we started going to those, that's where the sort of far right streak in me came from. And of course, I was 10 or 11 years old, and I just I was dumb. So that's like what 10-year-old boys do. They love becoming dictators for some reason. But
true.
Anyways,
many such cases.
Yeah.
Listen, I never fell for that. I'm just built different. I've always been inherently anti-authority. I always would get in fights with my parents all the time, and just like not really want to fucking listen to them unless I was.
I got all the.
Yeah, you got cucked. Unfortunately, you got society cucked. I was never society pilled. Okay, I was just like, I have always questioned authority and was like, why should I fucking listen?
Too based.
Why?
Too based. Yeah. Meanwhile, I was getting all the Fell Forward Again awards. Spam them in chat.
Yeah, it's
but anyways, yeah. But not anymore. But yeah, it's like I had that phase, and I think when people think about like authority, right, in terms of Christianity, the thing is they sort of reframe God as like this authoritarian king whose decrees like you can't say no, right? And you have to go ahead with it. And of course, then they attribute a lot of things to God, like the war in Iran, for example, the invasion of Iran, you could say, or the illegal invasion of Iran, and you could say, well, that's God's plan, and he's declaring that we can't go against it. It's like, how do you know this? Like,
like what did you? Did you put like an antenna on your head? Be like. Or I'm contacting God. I'm doing my fucking like. Are you like a communicant from Trench Crusade or something who can actually like communicate with God? No, you can't fucking do that. Shut up. You can't do that. You're not like a superhuman like radar essentially that almost dies communicating to God. Bullshit. Don't believe you. It's nonsense.
No. Well, and the thing is, like, I don't. As liberation Christians, we don't. One of the concepts in Abrahamic religion is that God has many different names as far like there's a whole names of God thing, which I don't know if you ever went over that when you were growing up, going to, you said Anglican school. They might have taught you and you forgot.
No, but like all we did during that was just read the Bible. That's it.
Yeah, well,
easiest class of my life. We just sat there, just read the Bible, and we were just like, okay, whatever, cool.
Nice. Well, that's an easy A, isn't it? But yeah, the thing is that the Torah / Bible and also the Quran, the same names are there in Arabic. There are like 35 or 36 names of God. And one of them is Mighty King, but there are so many other names like Wonderful Counselor, Mediator, this, that. So God is often described as sort of a counselor, a mediator, someone who resolves issues, someone who de-escalates, someone who brings peace, right? God of peace, God of justice is a name also. So liberation Christians, people who are more lefty sort of Christians in liberation spaces, we emphasize that more and less of the dictatorial authoritarian.
Yeah, turning people into pillars of salt kind of thing, right?
Yeah, we don't. And the reason is because there are so many examples in stories in all the texts, the Quran and the Bible and Torah, where God actually intervened and healed someone or freed someone. I mean, Jesus is said to have healed many people or brought them out of bondage or slavery, or for example, convinced a tax collector to give up all of his unearned wealth, all that kind of stuff. So the and obviously, did he, whip the merchants and drive them out of the temple violently? Sure, but they were, gambling in the house of God. You don't do that. I mean, it's essentially the same as kicking out megachurch pastors, which I wish that would happen today. May more of them rot in prison.
True.
I mean, it's I don't see God so much as like an authority, and the way he is presenting this is, again, he's presenting sort of. This is what he's presenting here. What Professor Jiang is presenting here is essentially what all the evangelical, like, right-wingers present the Bible as. So, like, that's why you're seeing so many holes with it, and you can already see the issues. So I find liberation theology much more complete because it actually examines different interpretations of the text, as well as it casts a wider lens onto these narratives, which is nice, and I think that fixes a lot of issues, because I truly think, if we're going to have, like, for example, like, yes, church has a lot of problems, Christianity has a lot of problems. The thing Christianity does more than I've seen, Christianity and Islam and Judaism have done more than I've seen in other faiths, is giving back community
to the community. Because that's what it was originally all built off of, right? Yeah, that's the point of it.
So there are some, like, the most effective in India. What's funny in where I'm from originally in India, it's only about 5 or 6% Christian. It's growing, but it's only 5 or 6%, whereas Islam is at like 25% in India. So the thing is that though, despite Muslims and Christians and Sikhs being minorities in India numerically, their charity organizations, their charities, their missions, their mutual aid orgs are very effective in actually, reducing child trafficking, poverty. They've actually done quite a bit to uplift communities, like in rural areas and slums, and a lot of other places. Like it's so interesting how religious minorities have contributed so much to a country that large. So the thing is that there's a lot of really good aspects to Abrahamic religions, and I understand they're, obviously I don't want to sit here and deny that a lot of bad stuff has happened in the name of Abrahamic religion. Obviously it has. Like I personally know people who have suffered through like physical harm in conversion therapy, like trauma and stuff like that, which I don't want to talk about too much because it's difficult. So, I know people have gone through that. I almost got sent to it myself. And so the thing is, though, there is this aspect of the faith that often gets overlooked, which is this mutual aid and this strong community and this sort of seeing God as less of a authority and more as of glue between human beings that sort of brings us together, common spirit, etc. And I think this is a common thing you see even in indigenous faiths with like the different, spirits and gods they worship. So there is this sort of like notion that they form sort of the glue between us human beings, which I think is really good, because if we don't have that, we're hyper individualist and we compete with each other, and that's bad. So,
well, unfortunately, that's the current dynamic that we have right now, which a lot of these like evangelical, dipshits have like perverted through like, it's something right, like the first like mega church pastor in the United States who emerged. Something right, I don't remember his name.
I believe
like the big one in like the 1900s. You know who I'm talking about, right? Early 1900s.
I mean, there was Billy Graham, but then there was one guy before
Billy
him, right?
Graham. That's the guy I'm thinking
yeah.
of. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there were others. There was Amy Semple McPherson, who was like 20 years before him. Interesting fact, Amy Semple McPherson was like this. She was this, what would I call her? She was like the first charismatic preacher, or one of the first big ones. Mm-hmm. She came from Canada. I know, unlucky, from Canada.
Oh, us. Oh.
Yeah. But then she moved to the US and started like, charismatically preaching, and was very Calvinist in her preaching and stuff. So yeah, you can
those guys are fucking psychos as well, Calvinists.
Yep. Yeah, so she was one of those. And that was the start of all the issues. Anyway, so what I'm saying is that there is a side of religion, and I think it needs to be emphasized more. That's why I do this work. That's why I try to I discuss this stuff, because I think it helps people go in a better direction with their faith, and be more accepting of people of other faiths. Like, it's been so cool to like talk to people who are, Buddhists or Hindu or, even atheists. It's funny because people say, "Oh, you're on the left. Don't you get canceled for being a Christian?" Never. It's always
no one gives really. I mean, the only people who will do that are like the dumb fucking Marxist Leninists, but that's because they're also in a form of a cult as well.
I don't talk to them.
It's like no one gives a shit, to be honest.
Yeah, but I get canceled way harder by right wingers. Like, I and by unks and stuff.
Hey,
so So, anyways, but this idea of like, I don't like the way he's framing the redemption story. It's not a good interpretation.
He redeems humanity. Okay. The last thing that Jesus does is he creates a new covenant. Okay, a new covenant between humanity and God.
Okay, I mean that's accurate. Yeah, I mean it's a sort of, instead of having to pay for the sins of your ancestors and sacrifice animals to forgive sins, it's now done through done through the Holy Spirit and all that. Like it's basically sort of resolve the key issue, right? That's basically what this has done, is resolve. This new covenant resolves a key issue where people can just give up the sins they've committed. They can give up that burden and at least move on with their life. So I think that's a good thing. And I think we all do that to some degree, whether we're Christian or believers or not believers. I think everybody does that to a degree. At some point in your life, you give up on, you don't drag the past around with you, you let it go and move on. So I think that concept is really powerful. So
or like take a cheap way out, sacrifice a heifer or whatever, and just move on with your life, kind of a deal, right?
Yeah, whereas this is different because when you're letting go of that stuff, you actually reflect and you try to you
try to
figure out
learn
what's holding you
something.
back.
Hey,
Exactly.
evangelicals, that's what we call learning. I know it's very difficult for you guys to do that, but learning and reflecting is very important, guys.
Very. Every day.
From now on, because Jesus has freed everyone from the original sin, everyone can now be with God. You don't have to be Israelite. You don't have to follow the Mosaic law. You don't even have to come from the family of David. Anyone and everyone can now love God, and God will love that person back. Okay?
So it became universal.
And this
That's accurate.
Christianity, right? So this, guys, is called Judaism, what the Jews believe. Okay? And this is all 6 is what Christians believe, Christianity. Right? The first 5 commandments are what Jews believe to be true.
Is that accurate?
Someone will...
I'm just curious. Is that accurate?
No, he's making a distinction. This is where the anti-Semitism sort of creeps in. This is very subtle, but he's saying that the first 5 covenants are Judaism, and only the 6 is Christians.
I was about to say it's not exactly how that works. I don't think so.
I think what he fails to understand is that the 6th covenant, Jesus, is based upon the first 5 covenants, because Jesus doesn't say, he doesn't just tear up the law and the 10 Commandments. And
it's all built upon.
Yes. So there is a foundation, and again, you could also say the 6 covenants, and I guess you could almost say maybe the 7th covenant was with the Prophet Muhammad.
That's what Islam would argue, right?
Yeah, that there's a 7th covenant, but again, that is based on the first 6. So it builds upon each other, because you have to think like Judaism was very specific to a region, very specific to hereditary lines and families and clans. Christianity globalized it. But then, of course, out of the, I guess out of like Arabia, you had this sort of. There's always been revisions to religion. There's always like revolutions within faith that happen over time within religions. So like Islam, you could say was like a sort of a new revolution in Abrahamic thinking. And it sort of meshed with a lot of the like advancements that happened within like Persia and the caliphates of the time. So that's why like in Islam there's so much emphasis on the lunar calendar, on stars, on
That's why they have a completely different calendar in comparison to the West.
Yeah, and then there's like an emphasis on like developing and learning. So there's this emphasis on science as well, which is pretty cool. So I think that's sort of where that's sort of where that emerged from. But yeah, no. It's the 6th covenant is based on the first 5. It's not separate. So,
listen, it's it's like civilization, right? Someone gets the reference. Listen, if you have high religion, you also have high science. Whenever you played as the Muslims, or whenever you had high science, you also had high faith.
True.
Will return to restore the kingdom of David, okay? But not Jesus. Not Jesus. The Christians believe that Jesus is the final prophet. Okay? In fact, Jesus is God himself. That's why it's called Christianity.
No, actually, a lot of Christians don't believe that. If you talk to Catholics, they don't believe that Jesus is God himself. Again, there's the whole Trinitarian, the Trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
They would think all of those guys are God.
Well, that's the one. The evangelicals think that. The Catholics make distinctions. So they say that, okay, there's the Father. The Father is like this sort of ultimate sort of counselor, authority, omnipresent, creator, etc.
That would be God.
The Son is not a creator, but is a bridge to God for human beings to get redemption.
So the Avatar.
In some way.
I'm making an analogy to like the media or something. This would be like the Avatar.
Yeah, so Jesus is like sort of a connector and avatar, and then you have the Holy Spirit, which the Holy Spirit is more sort of, the Holy Spirit is it's a very sort of post biblical concept, and a lot of Jewish people I talk to like, what do you guys mean by the Holy Spirit? Like a lot of Jewish people don't like, because they don't have that concept in Judaism. This emerged later, I guess, as part of like the later doctrine.
Yeah, probably some shit a Roman wrote somewhere. Okay, let's just
it might be
some shit like that.
Well, and the notion of an eternal hellfire, that actually came from Greek mythology. They sort of adapted Greek mythology, the mythology of Hades.
That's a very Roman thing to do.
Yep. So that it's like post, post Jesus, I guess, post Christian, or you could say post the time of Christ. You could say. So yeah, a lot of that stuff came later. But anyways, yeah, this is where he skips over a lot of this stuff, and he just presents a very one-sided, sort of fundy evangelical view of this. Like, this is what you would see in every megachurch, essentially, is what he's presented here.
Because they believe in Jesus Christ. So this is the entire history of Judaism and Christianity. What they believe, officially. Any questions before I move on?
All right, let's move on. I don't want to spend too much time here.
If you are a true Christian...
No, let's get to the schizo stuff.
There's lots of issues with this understanding. The first issue is, why did God have to kick us out of the Garden of Eden? I mean, was eating of fruit so bad as to banish us from paradise? Like,
well, okay. It's because it was known as the apple of knowledge, right? If I recall correctly. It gave humanity the sort of knowledge in order to maybe not like necessarily go against the authority of God, but it gave humanity the knowledge, because like that's what the serpent was like lying to Eve about specifically, right? When she took a bite of the apple. Like, oh, you can learn about all these like crazy little secret things if you eat this apple. Ooh, look at me. Look at the apple. Go eat the apple. Go eat it. And I know it's like a whole thing that like the serpent was like an avatar of Satan or some shit. Whatever. That's like a whole completely like can of fucking different worms.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
It's like that's also like a thing that some people believe, but from what I recall correctly, the apple itself, and this is what like Assassin's Creed unironically sort of like also refers to, because apparently like the Garden of Eden was actually like a human factory or something. It's really weird, but like whatever. Yeah, it's wacky. There's a lot of wacky stuff going on there. The apple itself was when Eve ate it, she got flooded with a bunch of knowledge of things that she was not supposed to know about, like the concepts of like good and evil, the concepts of like I don't know, like existence or something. Maybe not existence, but like she was given knowledge that God did not want humanity to have, basically.
Well, because maybe a good metaphor or good analogy to this is sort of what you're seeing now with generative AI, which is funny because evangelicals 5 years ago. This is sort of this is sort of something that I noticed. 5 years ago, they were decrying like OpenAI, like when they first heard about OpenAI, and Jensen Huang was touting, generative AI and stuff. When this started happening, and I think this was around the time when like Midjourney was huge. Christians were decrying it because they said like, okay, this is an abomination, whatever. They love it now. They use it all. I know all the aunties and the uncles.
Oh, the fucking the Charlie Kirk, like unironically, like this was not. There's a Majority Report segment on this, but there's like a Charlie.
I saw it. It's
there's
so
like
crazy.
there's like some Charlie Kirk sermon thing that some like mega pastor was doing. It was so weird. It's so cringe. It's like why? It's like, why are you having Charlie Kirk give a fucking sermon? Like, the fuck? That's so weird.
And it was AI. It was AI generated. I guess maybe he used 11 Labs or one of the voice generators. He used that, and people clapped and stood and were crying. I'm like, what? It's AI. What are you doing?
Yeah, dude. It's Charlie Kirk fucking talking from heaven, bro. Like, nice meme.
Yeah, supposedly, with ones and zeros. But anyways, yeah, it's like now they're fully embracing it. And what's really, so what I'm getting at is the knowledge, I guess, that the Apple gave Eve was, I guess, the ability to basically, create abominations. Essentially, you could think of it that way. So,
that's kind of This is where because he's gonna start talking about abominations. Because I guess what. I'm a bit of a dirty pre-watcher. He's gonna start talking about abominations. I didn't pre-watch all of it.
I didn't pre-watch. I didn't at all.
Yeah, he's gonna start talking about abominations, and this is like the whole sort of idea for as to why like Christians really hate women. Well, mostly evangelicals really fucking hate women because of Eve eating the apple and then creating a bunch of like demons or abominations or whatever by eating the fucking apple. Yeah.
Yeah. And so this is where, and so yeah, it's funny. I haven't even watched this video. Like I wanted to go into it, fresh, no pre-watch. And how did I call that? I don't know. I'm in his head.
Yeah, you're in his head.
Yep.
Fruit. Okay, that's a great mystery in the religion. Why did the original sin happen, and why was God so angry? Second problem is Noah. I mean, like, God destroyed the world because we were wicked, but after he destroyed the world, we were still wicked. So why did God have to destroy the world in the first place? If he's God, then should he understand how humans are? Wouldn't he understand that destroying the world would just, I mean, it doesn't really do anything, okay? So that's kind of strange. The last problem is Jesus. Who was Jesus, and why did he have to kill himself?
Didn't kill himself.
Didn't kill himself,
anyways,
but okay, yeah.
God had to send his only son to die for humanity. Okay, so if you're new to Christianity, the very idea of Jesus actually doesn't make much sense to you. I grew up in the West. I grew up in a Christian world, and it never made sense to me, okay? People told me about how great Jesus was, like, okay, the story doesn't make any sense. So if you're a really smart person, there are lots of questions about this interpretation of the Bible, and these are the three major ones. Okay? So now what I will do now is I'll explain to you what the esoteric, what secret societies believe really happened.
The secret
guys
society.
were getting what did the Illuminati think of all this? What did the Jesuits think of this, or the Freemasons think of all of this? Yeah, and all this bullshit.
So I want to start with Noah. Why did God destroy the world? The reason why God destroyed the world is not because of humans, but because of something else. These people are called the Nephilim.
Aha, Nephilim. So
Nephilim. So, they're like half human, or like okay, it depends on the interpretation, right? They can either be half angel, half demon, or half human, half angel, or half demon, half human.
There's
it depends. Depends on the video game as well. That's where I'm mostly pulling that from.
Of course, but the overall concept of Nephilim is you basically from what I've read, and I haven't read too much into the Apocrypha, like I said, but the thing is that so it is believed, and actually it kind of ties into the narrative of Samson, because if you remember, Samson was a giant, right, and David defeated him with a slingshot, so a slingshot to the head. But the thing is that the Nephilim are these like giant type beings, and these giants who were basically bringing about the fall of the world, essentially. Sort of, you could say, almost like death bringers or things like that. So basically, the Nephilim are bringing about the fall of the world, and so what he's going to probably make the claim here. And I guess again, I haven't dug into esoteric too much, but the thing is that he's going to blame this on the Nephilim, right? These sort of demonic sort of giants that are like bringing about the fall of the world. And then of course the cherubim and seraphim, who are like the angels, were there to like save us from all of that. So this is where sort of, you have all these like mystical.
Yeah, we're getting into the mythology right now.
Yes. Yeah, this is where sort of stuff. Like you have like supernatural, like mystical, like beings that are like outside of our purview as humans.
Yeah, because like Nephilim Nephilim would basically be like superhumans, or like super.
Oh yeah, I mean they're
like demigods.
Literally giant. Yeah, they were described as giants or demigods, you could say. But yeah, he's going to go into this, but that's essentially the background of it, is that they were going to make the world. They were going to bring about the fall of the world, like into hell or sin or whatever. And yeah,
that's the same references that are also made in like so many different media properties. The Nephilim.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's good that the existence of the Nephilim means it's like the end of like existence and whatnot.
Yep.
Like that's the thing with Darksiders. 4 Nephilim were chosen as horsemen of the apocalypse, and they wiped out all of the Nephilim, because it's just like, well, we can't have all these like superhuman guys just running around just killing everything. So we're gonna have 4 of them. They're gonna be the avatars of balance. Well, that sort of all changed in the story of the games themselves. But Death, who you play as in Darksiders 2, was the one who killed all the Nephilim.
Right. I need to play those.
Okay. Also, by
they're
the way,
good games.
If you guys are interested in learning more, there are 2 books that are not part of the Bible, but which will give you insight into the esoteric knowledge. Okay. The first is called the Book of Enoch. Book of Enoch.
Yeah, we mentioned that earlier.
The second is called the Gospel of Thomas. Okay.
Now, if you remember Thomas, and this is again sort of a tie-in to South Asia.
The tank engine?
Thomas. No. Yeah, Thomas the Tank, exactly. I mean, we have a lot of trains in India, so
That's true.
what do
That's
you
true.
expect? Yeah, we apparently I have heard we have like just as many trains as China, if not more. So we have a massive train network. So yeah, we got a lot of Thomas the Tanks over there.
Very,
The thing
very
is that-
Factorio build. I respect that.
Yes. Yes. And so Thomas, for those who remember, was an apostle around the time of Jesus, right? He was one of the apostles, the Apostle Thomas. And so he obviously was there, while Jesus was spreading the word and liberating people, healing people, whatever. He traveled with him. And then when Jesus had been crucified, and of course there's the resurrection narrative. When Jesus resurrected, he actually came back in an act called the Transfiguration momentarily. He came back to meet the apostles and give them their mission, like spread the word, right? That's the
start of missionary work, right?
The start of Pentecost. It's called Pentecost, or the start of the church, essentially, was from there. So that the event known as the Transfiguration, where Jesus came back temporarily to show his risen self and give the mission to the apostles. Say, spread it out, and spread the good news. And so at the time, Thomas doubted. If you remember the story of doubting Thomas, Thomas doubted that was Jesus. He thought it was some like fallen angel or some spirit or evil spirit. He didn't know, and he had to see, okay, were those wounds in your hands real from the nails that went through his hands on the cross? And they were. And so doubting Thomas suddenly believed. And so it is purported, and if you go to Kerala in southern India, it's a state in southwest India, a lot of the Christians there, what they call Mar Christians, which means Christians who were initially converted by Thomas himself. So Thomas had traveled out, just like Paul had traveled out to southern Europe and Turkey. Thomas actually traveled through like Persia and what is today like the Indus River Valley, and went all the way down to southern India. It is purported, we don't know. And apparently Thomas actually challenged authority in Kerala. There was an existing king who wanted him killed. And actually in Tamil Nadu, if you go to the city of Chennai, there's a famous the capital of Tamil Nadu. There's a hill where there's a famous church, and it is purported that Thomas was actually executed at that spot. He actually was executed by the king's authorities there for spreading false religion or whatever. So so Thomas actually wrote a gospel, and it was never in Protestant or Catholic Bibles, but if you go to Kerala, a lot of the Bibles there actually have the Gospel of Thomas in them. Really interesting fact. So this is sort of a tie-in to one of my favorite places in the world. It's funny because I often I often make this joke, but because Kerala has a high percentage of Christians compared to other Indian states, so I often call Kerala the real Holy Land. That's where it's really at.
Technically one of the apostles are there, so it's technically true.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a pretty religious place. There are temples and mosques and churches everywhere. There's churches on every corner in that state. So you don't find many atheists down there. There's some, but yeah, you don't find a whole lot down there. But yeah, that's the real Holy Land, my friend.
All right, so I am using these two books as sources for my explanation, okay? So the Nephilim are children of angels and women, okay? So what happened was that the angels who were supposed to watch humanity came down and saw, wow, these humans, these females are really beautiful.
I don't think... Damn, I didn't know that fucking angels were like Zeus, who saw like a beautiful fair-haired woman and was just like, I'm gonna stick my dick in it.
Yeah, this sounds like some like revisionism from like ancient Greece or something.
Yeah, probably.
Roman. Yeah, or like this is something the Romans threw in later. I don't know. Like this. No, this is such a baby interpretation of the he hasn't read into it at all. Why is he teaching millions of people this, dude? This is so annoying. Like I would much rather listen to a Jewish scholar on this stuff. Like I think that's probably the most reliable source. Listen to like an anti-Zionist Jewish scholar. They're gonna get it, to a more sort of, they will be much closer to the sort of broad consensus among theologians. This guy is like taking some fringe interpretation, it seems, and just like,
Wait, boy meets mini. You're saying that my quote-unquote professor who only has a BA in literature didn't study theology in university? No. I'm
sorry.
shocked. Personally,
I
for one
it's
am
not my
shocked.
fault.
I for one am completely and utterly shocked.
Well, yeah, you this guy hoodwinked you. Well,
shucks.
Fell for it again.
I fell for it.
But anyways.
Shit.
But as soon as he said that, that's pretty funny.
So what do? We'll have sex with them, right? And then what happens? They have lots and lots of children. And what do these children do? These children enslave humanity. These people call it Nephilim, okay? So if you don't understand what happened, let's do a thought experiment. Let's just say that there's this group of superhumans called the Avengers. You know, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor.
Marvel Soy! Dude, it's Marvel Soy! It's becoming Reddit. He knows. Listen. Another problem that I have with Professor Jiang, all he does is play to an audience. He is playing to an audience right here.
Yep. And he's bringing the MCU into it, which I don't know. Stan Lee would not hate. Stan Lee is rolling over in his grave.
Yeah. Whoa. Don't you mean the MCU? Nah, I don't know. Yeah, Uncle Ben was actually an angel. That's a good point, Alex. That's true. Saint Ben.
And they fight Thanos, and they save the world. And now what do? Well, they're bored, so they start to have lots and lots of sex. They have lots and lots of children. And these children now are like demigods, right?
Okay, this is a really TLDR version of what happened in the fucking comics. Even in the cinematic universe, that's not exactly what happens either. Like, they settled down and have families, but do they have a lot of children? No, not really. I mean, they haven't been introduced quite yet. It's a little weird. Like, it's all released in phases. It's all up to interpretation. It's not 100% like completely lore accurate to the comics, from what I know. Like, exactly. But this is a very, very baby interpretation for us of what's going on here.
Now, there is the more mainstream, from what I've seen of the esoteric texts, the more mainstream interpretation is that the Nephilim are descendants of Cain. So if you remember the
Cain and Abel.
Abraham's of Cain and Abel, right? And Cain was considered like the I guess the bad son or whatever. So that, you know, I guess the
don't you mean
Cain would be...
Wait, hold on. Don't you mean Cain from Command and Conquer? Think about it.
Yes, yes.
Religious allegory.
Yeah, I see what they did there in CNC. Very smart. But anyways, the Cain was considered. I mean, Cain had done a lot of wrong things to his own family, to his own brother, right, Abel, and so he was seen as like the evil one, right? There's there's the whole narrative of Cain and Abel, and so the Nephilim. There's another interpretation, and it's based on other verses in the apocryphal books, which is that the Nephilim are descendants of Cain. So, and Cain had, and I guess this is where, so I guess, I don't know where he got this interpretation of, I'm not sure where he got this from. He might have gotten it from the, what were they called? The Sabbatean Frankists. This might be a Frankist interpretation. I'd have to double check. This is maybe, this could be,
like,
they were pretty fringe.
Yeah, trying to be like, what did the Nephilim do when they were, they're just a slave to humanity. It's like, I don't think that's exactly how that works, man. They just like, human slave. Fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, at this point, we're way beyond historical fact anyways. We're going into narrative fiction and sort of, metaphysics now. So it's, you can't, like, we got to put history aside.
It's time to do a little bit of trolling, guys.
Yes, absolutely.
Humanity. But then what do? Well, they start fighting amongst themselves. Okay? So that's basically what happened. So God had to destroy the Nephilim because they are not natural. Angels and humans are not supposed to have sex with each other. And this creates a new power called the Nephilim. The problem, though, is...
Wait, question. I thought angels were supposed to be, like, beings of chastity. Like, they're not supposed to have sex with anyone. Period, end of story.
Well, they can't. I don't think they can.
Yeah, can they?
They're not able to. No, they're not able to.
So how the fuck are they having sex with humans, Professor Jiang? Like, how are they making unless this is, like, some stuff from... Is this even in the Gospel of Thomas or the Book of Enoch? Did this happen?
Highly doubt it. I'll have to.
How about someone asked? Yeah, they did mouth stuff. They actually soaked through. They did soaking actually.
This explains Mormons actually.
Did angels I'm just googling this. Have sex with humans to make the Nephilim. Sure, why not? We're doing a quick Google on this one. According to ancient interpretations of the Book of Enoch and many traditional views of Genesis 6, 1 to 4, fallen angels took human women as wives and produced the Nephilim. Oh, so he's not exactly 100% accurate here. But wait, does that mean how would they have sex? Some Bible teachers believe that angels took the form of flesh. Oh, so they basically became humans. And that's how they had sex. Ah, okay.
And he skipped over that, obviously.
Yeah, he skipped over that. Okay, nice meme.
Yeah, again, this is again. I think. Let me just highlight something here. I feel like Professor quote unquote Jiang is sort of this. This is the end result you get when someone gets all of their misinfo off of TikTok and all these short form media. I feel like this is a consequence of short form media. What we're seeing right here. This and it's someone can become a content creator just off of BS they learned off of short form media, never read the literature, never went to experts, never consulted anyone. I mean, you would think a smart professor, if he's going to call himself a professor, would call upon a rabbinical teacher or somebody to help him
have
with
a reference.
No, he didn't.
The shit I said, I just did a 10-second Google search on my fucking phone, okay? Because I knew immediately, it's like, isn't the interpretations of angels that they're like flying giant eyeballs, basically, with like a ton of eyeballs? They have no genitalia whatsoever. Like, this is gobbledygook. This is nonsense.
Yeah, and unfortunately, again,
a bunch of jibber jabber.
Part of the problem also is like the modern sort of so one of the things I think in Christian media that's happened over the past 50 to 60 years. Have you ever watched the original 10 Commandments movie with Charlton Heston in it, who was playing Moses? That's an old movie. This is from like the 1950s. It's an old movie. I've seen it. And that was one of the first movies where they showed angels, and obviously they had human actors. So people anthropomorphize angels.
Yeah.
And so
that's very common. If it's something that they like, I mean, okay, besides like things they don't understand, they're gonna anthropomorphize them. It's like, it's close enough to that. Or like things that are liked, for example, like pets, they're gonna get anthropomorphized. That happens all the fucking time with humanity. That's just like a social thing we do.
Yeah. So I feel like that's where some of this may have come from. I mean, if you look at,
he literally referenced fucking Marvel earlier, so.
Yeah, I guess maybe as an analogy, but even then, what I'm saying is that, like, I mean, if you go to, I guess, I would
very
love
Tim
to,
Pool of him.
I would very Tim Pool of him. Yeah. We need to get him a beanie real quick.
Yeah.
And then he can just wear it forever. But anyways, actually, it would be cool because I know in like Germany, like Central Europe, I mean, obviously Notre Dame and Paris. If you go to any of the old churches in Europe that have like stained glass work or or frescoes on the ceilings and stuff, if you see how they depict like angels, they also anthropomorphize angels. Obviously, because I don't know, they anthropomorphize them as maidens or young women or whatever, which is really creepy and weird at Catholic Church. What are you going to do?
Yeah, diddling kids? I'm curious.
I mean, I guess it's different. I don't know how. I'm curious to see, because I know in Eastern Europe you have Orthodox and you have iconography in Orthodoxy. So I'm curious to see how angels.
It's mostly through like a bunch of different saints. So what we more focus on is all the different saints, because we have like name days for all of them, like all of them. Like,
and I bet
my middle name is Andre. I sell it on December 6th. That's Sfântul Andrei, or not December 6th. That's Saint Nicholas, which is Orthodox Christmas. But November 29th is Sfântul Andrei, or Saint Andre. That's
makes sense.
That's my saint, quote unquote, I guess.
Yeah, I have to look into them more, like in like Orthodox iconography of how they depict angels. But yeah, often they're anthropomorphized, and so I guess that's where this has come from. So this is kind of an example of like where he didn't actually go back to look at theological interpretation, and this is where sort of he's making all these assumptions based on like stuff that people came up with way long after the time of Jesus and the apostles, and long after the time of like of like early Judaism. So yeah, not consulting the experts, kids. Always consult an expert, always ask them. And I feel like these days, yeah, like I said, depth of subjectivity, that's something you talk about where people don't like, it's basically where people are not able to understand how someone else thinks, and so what ends up happening is expertise no longer
starts to die more and more,
and it dies. Yeah. So
and
this is like,
and it's mostly because people just don't critically think anymore. It's where, where it comes from, because of education, broadly speaking, also dying a lot because of the commodified social media environment that we find ourselves under. It's all about garnering attention, and saying a bunch of schizo shit on the internet gets you a lot of attention, gets you clicks, gets you views, gets you money, and that's what people care the most about.
Yeah, and I feel like actually, as much as I love going after, Asmongold and Tectone and the likes of them, I feel like actually this guy is more dangerous in a way because A, he's got a bigger following. B, he's everywhere. He's on every flipping podcast. He's on.
Asmongold has a bigger following, I think, than this guy, but he'll reach more people with his like very easy to approach sort of content. Like normies will be able to eat, whereas they'll see like someone like Asmongold and they'll be driven away instantaneously.
Yeah, like this guy is not only more presentable, he talks in a way he simplifies things down to where normies can understand, like, basically apply like sports ball logic to everything. And then the other problem with him is like he goes on every podcast. So he has while
like
he may not have the numbers.
Jordan Peterson.
Yes.
It's the exact same dude.
Yeah, it's the Rogan, I guess, sort of effect. And so has he? I wonder if this guy's ever been on Rogan. I hope he never goes. Oh my god, dude, it's going to be the worst. If he goes on Rogan's just going to he's not.
Yeah, he's just going to yap and like listen to like all the esoteric nonsense and come away with it. Let me see.
And then Justin will pull. Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie will basically not do. Jamie pull that shit up and then he won't do shit. So
yeah,
Professor Jiang, Joe Rogan, has he been on Joe Rogan? I don't think he's been on Rogan yet, but he'll probably come across the radar at some point in time.
Please God, no.
No, I don't think he's been there yet. I mean, his people will ask him to. His fans will definitely ask him to go on at some point in time, and Rogan will definitely have him on at some point, but.
Please,
guaranteed, and it's gonna be like it's gonna be the exact same shit as like when Rogan had Jordan Peterson on. Like that's basically it. Probably like
him or like
to like superstardom. But so far, no, he's not been on Rogan yet.
Yeah. Rogan might not be prepared for that discussion because his
no, like if Rogan doesn't have a knowledge in terms of like a particular discussion, he'll just let the guests ramble on about it. That's his shtick.
I mean, that's how he enabled Alex Jones. So but anyways, the thing is, this guy is more dangerous because he has more breadth. Whereas Asmon has numbers, Asmon doesn't go on podcasts, really. He used to have one podcast with Tectone and Emmy Rue, and that fell apart. This guy has influence, right? He has a wide sphere of influence, and it's getting bigger.
He has potential for growth. Asmongold is technically still growing, but he will stagnate eventually. Whereas his orbiters have all completely stagnated. All of them are stagnant.
He's going to capture the entire Reform Party in the UK, and then he'll be done.
Yeah, pretty much, Or like the Restore, whatever the fuck they have going. Because there's like a schism going on with the far right in the UK, which is why they're like, the British may actually have a chance to not like fall into the far right because of a schism that's going on, because of some shit Nigel Farage probably said. But take what you can get.
Yeah, and Zach Belansky, he's got to triple down on that. That's perfect timing. He's good, and I think he is. So he's got to keep doing what he's doing. So, He won't let a guy say the U.S. and Trump will lose to her. Yeah, he can't because again, his audience is there are a lot of like military.
Rogan's audience.
Military, but
well, no, Rogan's audience is the Trump audience. That's who butters his bread. Is Trump. Period. End of story.
Well,
like, I highly doubt that even if Jiang was to go on Rogan, I don't think they'd really talk much about Iran. I don't think so. It's probably just going to be like esoteric conspiracy theory bullshit. Like they're going to talk about secret society. Guaranteed. This is the easiest prediction of life. Okay. Here's a little bit of predictive history for you guys. If Professor Jiang, hypothetically speaking, ever showed up on Rogan, it would all be secret society conspiracy theory bullshit and like really terrible interpretations of history. Period. End of story. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd be like Duncan Trussell or any of those guys. He'd just waffle on about this stuff. I would say one last thing too, about I think this is sort of I feel like the problem now is that, especially with like generative AI, where people just ask ChatGPT and ChatGPT spits out the answer. Like now people are just going to repeat that stuff on their channel, grow their channel, get on a podcast, repeat, like it just regurgitates and becomes
that's the subjectivity, making it worse.
Yeah. So I feel like that's also factoring into why he's growing so quickly, and it's terrifying. I work in tech, and we use generative AI to some degree to do certain things, and I'm very careful with how I use it. Like I don't use it to code really at all, unless it's like a really annoying, tedious thing that is easily automated. I don't use it, and I'm scared of how it's being used by people like this, who just base all their knowledge on random TikTok shorts, short form content, and whatever the LLM gives him, and basically doesn't ask any experts. So, oh boy, this guy scares me genuinely. Anyways,
or they cannot be killed. So you can get rid of their mortal bodies, but now they become demons who live underground and are in the shadows.
Okay, so this is an explanation of like demons and stuff like this. This is like
okay.
Yeah, this is like, so basically like what he was saying earlier is like, okay, the Orthodox canonical says all this stuff, how do you justify it? And so this is like a justification for the existence of demons.
And guess what, guys? They're still here today. So these two societies, they believe the Nephilim are real, and they still control the world. The richest people in the world are actually...
Here he goes again, let's go.
All right.
Nephilim. Okay?
Dude, they're all demons, yeah. Like... That's all true. Yeah, they're all half angel, half fucking human people. All the bourgeoisie, the rich. Yeah, sure. Okay, Professor Jiang. I find it really...
actually.
So does that mean the entire? Because fucking Christian evangelicals talk about demons all the time. Does that mean they all believe in the esoteric test? That have all Christian evangelicals like read the Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Thomas? Yeah, I don't think so.
Most so let me explain. So the Apocrypha, usually Protestants actually don't really. Here's the thing: Protestantism is getting weird. It's sort of evolving, right? For centuries, Protestants disavowed the Apocrypha. And Catholics obviously, read into it, interpreted it, and have their own interpretation. The thing is that Protestants now are so conspiracy minded, they'll probably start to believe this stuff. It's like Protestantism is sort of evolving again. It has continuously evolved, but it's like evolving to this point now. You could say the evangelicals are starting to believe in this stuff, and to justify their anti-Semitism, justify their bigotry and all that stuff. The thing is that now he's saying that, okay, the richest people in the world are Nephilim. Okay, so is Elon Musk 50 feet tall now? Like,
is Elon? Does he have like a pitchfork with the fucking horns? Does he have the pointy tail? Like, what's going on here?
He's the wealthiest guy on earth. Hey, dude.
Like, is he a demon secretly? By the way, this is the same shit when people say that all the rich are reptilian lizard people. This is the exact same fucking logic.
This is the Alex said, oh, they're all reptilian lizard people, brother.
They all harvest adrenochrome from our children. Even though Alex Jones himself is also religious, but whatever. Like, none of these people actually believe anything. It's stupid. It's all ridiculous. But like, whatever.
So this is sort of playing into the same thing. I feel like he's angling on that Alex Jones type thing here, with this, saying all the rich are Nephilim, and obviously this is sidestepping the economic argument of, hey, this is just the natural end result of capitalism. This is late stage. It's eating itself.
Which, by the way, guess who also never talked about any of that stuff, and when he did, he used it to justify his Jungian sort of interpretation of Carl Jung in order to maintain hierarchy. Jordan Peterson.
Ding dong.
Jordan Peterson did the exact same fucking shit.
I watched all those stupid lectures. I watched all of those. I'm so cringe.
Very cringe.
Because they've been around for thousands of years, and therefore they're able to control the development of humanity. Okay, so they're called the Nephilim. So that's easy to understand. But another question then is, why did Adam eat that apple?
Yeah, it's easy to understand. I mean, if you're like a schizo, yeah, sure, that's easy to understand. But no, it's listen, Karl Marx. Okay, you should actually probably read him, Professor Jiang. He basically would talk about the accumulation of wealth and power under the hands of fewer and fewer people, and how economic production changed and varied throughout the centuries. That, of course, initially being a master-slave dynamic, then, of course, the feudal system coming out of that, then mercantilism after that, and then actual capitalism.
Well, yeah, there was like mercantilism, industrialization, and then now, of course, you have the...
Well, yeah, industrialization is capitalism. That's when capitalism actually became a thing, more or less, in the whole timeline.
And then I guess after that was probably post Great Depression, you had I guess in the 20s you had stakeholder, right? Stakeholder.
No, if we're talking about I don't the Marx obviously died before all that, but more or less what he would have said is that this is the current stuff with the stakeholders, and then post-consumerism, which was what I would say we're basically trying to transition into right now after the more sort of consumer society that we had during the 50s and 60s, essentially is the byproducts of the further concentration of the wealth and capital, basically.
Yep. So, but you got to invent your own demons to explain why the rich get richer, right? You can't just actually.
No, it's not. It's not because you should just tax the shit out of them. Nah, you got to make up. They're Nephilim now, guys, or something. Okay, bro.
So true.
That fruit, and why did Jesus have to kill himself? Well, now it gets really complicated. Okay, so now I need to explain to you what the secret societies believe. Okay, remember they believe that mind leads to matter. What does that mean? Okay, let me explain what this means. Mind leads to matter.
Wait, does hold on. Does every secret society think that mind leads to what? Do they all are they all psychics or something? What are we saying here? Do they all have the what's I forget the name of the show, but it's the guy who goes up to the machine, says 500 cigarettes, and then 500 cigarettes just appear. Is everything Star Trek now or something? What's going on here?
Yeah, is everything the secret? You manifesting. It's
I'm manifesting 500 cigarettes.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. I mean, there's no Bible verses.
We're in schizo territory now. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's gloss over
it. The true God is called the monad. Okay, the one. So just think of this as the core of the universe, the sun, the divine sun. The monad is so powerful that when he breathes, okay, he vibrates divine energy. And over millions of years, this divine energy creates new life forms. Okay, so the first life form are called the dyads. Dyads are just pairs, okay, usually male, female, that are children of the monad, and they're able by themselves to create new universes as well. Okay, so the dyads start to emanate.
Parallel universe. I don't want to compare it to that. That has some serious scientific theory behind it, but yeah.
Have you guys heard about the concept of parallel universes? That's from a famous speedrunning Mario video. We all know. Are we gonna start talking about QPUs or something? Is that what Professor Chunk's getting to? So what? I mean, are we doing some 40K stuff? Are the dyads all the old ones or something? Are they all hyper intelligent? Please tell me they're all hyper intelligent frogmen. Please tell me they're all hyper intelligent frogs.
Yeah, if they're not, it's not worth it.
Yeah, it's not worth
It's not
it.
worth
That's
believing.
bullshit. It's bullshit. It's fake news.
So the entire universe is vibration. It's vibrational energy. It's the breathing of these cosmic beings. Okay? And over time, over millions of years, these vibrations become atoms, which then leads to matter. Okay? That's what they mean by mind leads to matter. Now, one of these dyads, named Sophia, decides, you know what? I can be just as good as the monad. What does the monad do? The monad is able to propagate by itself, by himself. He doesn't need to mate. So Sophia says, you know what? I'm going to produce something by myself. I'm going to have a child by myself to prove I am the monad, okay? So she does this, and she creates a new being, okay? A new being. This is called the demiurge. There are different names. We'll call them the demiurge.
And actually, so I've read about this a little bit.
Okay.
So Sophia gave birth by herself, right, as what he claims. Actually, this is, and I've read into this some, basically this is sort of an explanation for how Mary was able to give birth, have a virgin birth.
Right.
So this is sort of the justification and the ramifications of it.
Right. So Jesus is a demiurge then. Okay.
I suppose, I don't know, like this is again, now you can probably see why the Catholics and Protestants did not include a lot of this stuff in their Bibles. And I'm curious, again, I haven't dug much into the Ethiopian, like Tewahedo Church, as far as like what their stances are. I'd have to
so quick Google from the AI overview. This comes from Gnosticism, not from fucking secret societies. Sophia, wisdom, is a divine feminine aeon whose fall from the spiritual realm of Pleroma. So he's kind of being inaccurate already a little bit here in terms of this interpretation. Leads to the accidental creation of the demiurge, or Yaldabaoth. Her yearning to know the father, acting without a consort, creates a deficiency that produces this ignorant creator god, who then fashions the flawed material world and traps spiritual sparks within it. Okay, so he's basically kind of wrong in terms of what he's going on. So she basically wanted to understand more about her father, and as a result of her, I guess, inquisitiveness, based off of, I guess, Gnosticism, created the demiurge, which was like, well, an ignorant creator god, and I guess the demiurge then decided to go out and create a bunch of fucking bullshit himself. Or itself? I don't even know.
Yeah, let me explain also, just quickly, Gnosticism. This is probably something people don't know about. So Gnosticism was sort of, so you have to remember in sort of around the time of Christ, and of course, when the apostles started going out, and then of course, churches, I guess they weren't really churches at the time. They were basically synagogues, right? The early church, quote unquote, was basically sort of synagogues that were outside of the main institution in Jerusalem, right? So what happened is there was no agreed upon interpretation, and sort of there was a lot of lay preaching, a lot of personal interpretations of stuff. And so what ended up happening is that around the 2nd century, right, around 200 AD, or I guess would this have been, this would have been 200 or 300 AD, there were like fringe sects of this new religion that came about, this new Christianity, this new sort of belief in a redeeming Christ. And so they were like these diverse groups that came up with a lot of this stuff. And I guess they probably like syncretize. Again, this is kind of like in the Caribbean and like Brazil, where they syncretize animist beliefs with Christianity, with Catholicism. That's called Santeria. So it's kind of sort of like Santeria, where they were interspersing I guess at that time Jewish, faith, along with the redeeming story of Christ, combining that with like Roman mythology or Greek mythology of some kind, like that. So you can kind of see like where this all sort of came from. And I guess those people were like, studying the Torah and studying the Old Testament, and then studying the life of Jesus, which had not been documented at that point. It was just sort of hearsay, and spread through oral tradition. And so the thing is that they were probably trying to find justifications like he was doing here, why this, why that, and created a mythology around it. So like this isn't surprising. Like people say, where did this come from? It came from, I guess, people trying to syncretize like pagan Roman belief, or
right, because everything was everything still around that time was because Christianity didn't become the official religion in Rome until like 300 something, I think, AD. It took a while. Like it was taking hold right around the time of quote unquote like a couple decades after Jesus' supposed passing, and it started to take hold like in like small sects of different parts, because initially the empire pursued and went after the early Christians.
Yeah,
this is a fact.
Yeah, they punished them with death. They crucified them, and then
eventually, like when it was pretty much over when one of the first Roman emperors became Christian himself, and then
Constantine.
It was Constantine. Yes, it was Constantine.
It was Constantine. Yep.
Constantine then just made it such that I think I don't remember when was Constantine a part of the Roman throne? Constantine the First, I believe.
Yeah, Constantine won. Let me see, Constantine the Great. Yeah.
Yes. So this was right around the time when Christianity he was the first convert, and Christianity started to become the main religion within the Roman Empire.
Yeah, he signed the Edict of Milan, which basically legalized Christian existence,
Christian belief,
and Christian belief in existence in Rome. And also, he was emperor from 306 to 337. So there you go.
So it was right around that time. It was Constantine, yes, and that's when it all started to become more Christian, more or less.
Yeah, and more nationalist too, because obviously this is like a lot of liberation Christians will tell you like Constantine the Great was like the first. Constantine the First was like he was the first Christian nationalist, because he made it a state religion, and imposed it very, very brutally. Like a lot of people, they say, well, look how the Christians were persecuted by the Romans, and then Constantine saved them. It's like, yeah, but then Constantine
did the other way around and went after the pagans.
Yep. So he did the same thing. So anyways,
Urge is a monster, a monstrosity, because it goes against a natural order. So then Sophia's like, oops, I should have done that. So what does she do? She abandons the monstrosity. She throws him away and hides him in a sea of clouds. So no one knows he actually exists.
This is getting into crazy territory.
So we already know that this, just from like the quick reading I did, this is already inaccurate, right? Sophia herself already fell out of the realm of these Sonad, or whatever the fuck is the name of this guy. I forget the fucking
out
name.
Of the monad, out of the realm of
monad. Yes, out of the realm of monad, out of pleroma, right? And this is what the Gnostics basically think, unless this is what... Because again, there's multiple secret societies. They may believe in differing things and not this fucking bullshit that Professor Jiang is basically saying here.
Yeah, and I don't know which one he's pulling from, or like where he...
Or if he's even pulling from anything. We don't know.
He doesn't cite it.
He never cites the sources, I'm pretty sure.
No.
Although he says it's his sources are from the Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Thomas. Like we could check the actual video itself, see if there's sources listed within it. Just go.
I haven't seen any.
No, not like the original video, like on his actual channel, right? It's called Secret Society: The Birth of Evil. I'm curious now. Does he have sources in the description?
He does not.
Yeah, no links. Okay, so he doesn't.
Oh, wait. The Secret History of the... What is this?
This is Mark Booth. Wait, no, Mark Booth, that's a sussy name to me. I'm pretty sure that guy's a schizo. I'm like 95% certain. I know. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, this is some fucking schizo shit. It's Jonathan.
Oh, no. Oh god.
Wait, who's this Jonathan Black guy?
The secret history of the Yeah, this is probably like ancient aliens type stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, this is some conspiracy
no.
shit. Wait, like do a quick Google on Mark Booth. I want to Google on Mark
I don't
Booth.
wanna... Hang on a minute.
Just Google the guy. Google the guy. Google the author.
I think this is his site.
No, we not like
author Mark Booth. Also, Jonathan Black. Okay, Mark Booth must be his pen name.
So that's his pen
Mark
name.
Booth is
Okay.
his pen name. Okay. The author. He was at. He went to Oxford. Are you kidding me?
So he's a British author known for his books on the secret society of the world and the sacred history, how angels, mystics, and higher intelligence made our world. Higher intelligence made our world.
Oh boy.
Wait, I'm curious. So 1911 to 1988. I'm curious. Do we have any do you have anything? American football coach. He's a New Zealand politician.
Oh, there's probably a lot of Mark Booths out there, but yeah, I'm just looking at his official site. Yeah. Look at this. Booth produces nothing short of an alternate. So this is an alternate history of the past.
Okay, so it's an alternate history. Okay, this is some fucking gobbledygook he makes up then. Okay. Yeah.
Why is he citing?
Why are we citing this? Like, what the fuck is going on here? So, we have now found the official fucking problem. He's citing a fucking random ass dude who's basically creating a fucking alternate history of the past 3,000 years. And this is directly from his website. Why is Professor Jiang using this as like seemingly his primary source material on all of this?
Yeah.
And is using these as like interpretations for the Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Thomas. That's a little interesting, isn't it?
Yep. Very. Yep. So this is falling apart very quickly.
Even the demiurge doesn't know he exists. The demiurge does not know about this world, right? Therefore, he believes that he must be.
So again, this must be all from Mark Booth's book. Then that's all.
More than likely.
One true God, capable of creating new life. So what does he create? Us. Okay. He creates the planet Earth.
So we're made from like a demon, I guess.
He creates.
Is this where flat Earth theories come from? Anyways, press X St. Thomas the Doubt. So true.
Underneath. Okay. That's what a monster would do. Okay. Look at this history. What kind of god would kick someone out of paradise for eating a fruit? A monster would do it, right? What kind of god would kill a people for no particular reason? A monster would do that, okay? What kind of god would demand that a people be loyal to that person? A monster.
So
I don't think that's not exactly how like authoritarian structures work, honestly. Like a lot of people are loyal to a particular person for rather complicated reasons. It's not exactly how that works.
No, and obviously there's like, there's like existential reasons why you would obey an authority and stuff like, self-preservation and things like that. That like factors into it. So the other thing too, so with the Old Testament stories of like, the flood, or you look at things like, like the first exile of the Jewish people when Romans and other people invaded, right? And the fall of the Bronze Age.
Yeah, the Sea Peoples would have been at that time.
Yeah, the Sea People. So when these large sort of large events happened that affected at that point probably hundreds of thousands of people. So there may have been likely a great flood or a localized flood that was really, really big, like a once in 1,000-year flood or whatever that happened, and people thought it was like an end of the world because
let me see.
Right?
Flood that took place at the collapse of the Bronze Age, because you can just look this shit up.
Yeah, I mean, there's like environmental roots. There's some NIH stuff here actually. Let's see.
So yeah, around 1200. So around 1200 BC, primarily caused by a perfect storm of droughts, famines, earthquakes, and invasions. So it is said that the invasions of the Sea Peoples are ultimately what caused that was like the final stroke that basically caused the collapse of the Bronze Age collapse. Of course, there was also a bunch of environmental factors that happened as well. It was not like one particular event that did it necessarily, but
yeah, it was a culmination of things that were like going bad all at the same time, and so people thought it was end of the world, apocalypse, that kind of thing. And they were trying to, obviously at that point, you know, we didn't really have modern science and things like that.
So people just made stories about it.
They were superstitious. Yeah, people were very superstitious, and you know, still are, but way more so back then. And so, for example, like here, this is a well-cited research paper. Looks like from 1981. Wow, this is a long time ago, but this is in Science, the journal Science. And it says analysis of Nile flood stages from 640 AD to 1921 AD. Okay, so there were major episodes of like the Nile flooding, but again, this is like that's AD. I'm looking for BC, but
no, it wasn't. It wasn't like a particular sort of thing. No, it's we're not talking about like the Nile flooding specifically. I was mostly like referring to the entirety of the Levant, but. I mean, like, technically speaking, if we want to put it to like in terms of like a historical term for when like God flooded the world, it wasn't exactly because Moses, the book of Exodus, and with like Moses and all that shit, basically took place after the story of Noah and Noah's Ark. So
correct.
Like
yeah,
it's a little different. Like
yeah, it's a little it
didn't
going back a long way.
Yeah, like for like a lot of stuff that we don't necessarily have a lot of data on. More than likely, like the giant flood is mostly used as like a really, really easy explainer for Christians to just be like, oh yeah, God just had to reset the world because everything was like dog shit and it just had to be reset, bro. So big flood, here we go.
Yeah, like what's the scariest thing we can think of? You know, that
flood.
Like a catastrophic event that's like natural. A flood, yes, exactly. Like other than a nuke, which is man-made, human-made. But yeah, you could say it's like a useful narrative for like maintaining order in a society, or passing down to your children as lessons, all that kind of stuff. So that's sort of where a lot of this comes from. Again, like when people try to like, and also like a lot of times large events like that, you know, we still see it today. You know, when like every time, like, you see evangelicals go crazy when there's a blood moon out. Like, you've probably seen that before, right? When the moon turns red. And we know it's an optical illusion. It's a result of the atmosphere and the position of the moon and the sun. And, like, we know there's scientific reason for a blood moon, but they go...
no, it's clearly because of Ganondorf hanging out in Hyrule Castle.
Actually true.
Actually true.
Yeah, blame Ganondorf.
I also blame Ganondorf as well.
Yes.
What kind of god would enforce his will on a people? A monster. What kind of god would say to someone, you're the only person I like, everyone else I hate? A monster would do that. Okay? So, in other words, the true secret that these secret societies are trying to keep is the god we worship today is the false god. And we are actually in a prison created by this false god. And that's who Jesus was.
And this is
Wait,
I can see where...
So Jesus is now the false god in the a prison made by Jesus. Interesting. No? Also, by the way, he's never really sort of like specified who like which secret societies like believe in all this.
Yeah,
like,
he's just saying, oh, them. He's doing the whole they, like the whole like vague sort of
vagaries and bullshit. I fucking hate that shit so much.
That's pretty rooted in anti-Semitism as well, so that's a problem. Lovely. Okay, we're almost done.
Jesus was a cosmic being sent by the monad to tell us the truth about the world. And that's why he died, because the Roman Empire could not allow people to see the truth.
Wait.
So wait. So the Romans are all agents of the Demiurge then, or something? But I thought he was the false god. So there's two gods? Okay,
so you can kind of see where people might have created this narrative, right? And obviously at the time, Jesus was crucified by the Romans. You could see, people who were his followers, attribute the demiurge to Romans. You could see the connection. I guess this is a narrative to justify, that. Hey, Jed, good to see you.
And that's why he died, because the Roman Empire could not allow people to see the truth. If I told you the truth, you would know it right away. You would wake up. Therefore, the truth tellers
become woke.
We're becoming woke.
Okay? So that's what these secret societies believe. They believe that The monad exists, and the mind of the monad is what creates the universe.
I wonder what Professor Jiang would have thought of Assassin's Creed. Old Assassin's Creed games.
Oh,
I bet he
first like Ezio, yeah.
You know, Ezio Altair, because it's all like this like stupid intrigue, like secret society fucking bullshit. He would love that kind of shit.
Yeah, he would be soying all over it and probably do a lecture on it and say, "Oh, this is an analogy to," like he would. Don't let him near Assassin's Creed.
Clearly, the Templars are trying to communicate with the Demiurge to become masters over control and keep people from being learning the truth. And we have to find the pieces of Eden so we can teach people the truth or something, right?
Oh my gosh. This is why I love that 40K is so like ridiculous and like it's such a parody. Like 40K is such a parody. That's why I love it, because it gets you like 40K to me is actually good for people because it actually gets you out of conspiratorial thinking, you know, in a way, right? Because it's like because it's such a parody of it, and it's so absurd and gargantuan that it's you know.
Well, that's how it's supposed to work. But unfortunately, conservatives are not very bright and they can't do basic media analysis. So they say like, actually, this is exactly what we want humanity to be, like the Imperium. It's like, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
That's not what you want. But okay, man, that's not the point. There's a reason why everyone's bad. A lot of really, really easy reasons, but you guys are too stupid to understand 40K.
That remind us that even though we're in a prison, there's still the monad in you. There's a spark in you, a divine light in you that you can activate. And if you activate it, then you will return to the monad. You will see the truth for yourself. And when you die, your soul, which is part of the monad, will want to return to the monad and can escape this world. But to activate this light,
bro, this is unironically like fucking 40K. It's
I mean, they parodied this.
It is
parodying all this stuff.
It's kind of a parody of 40K. I mean, it's the opposite way around, but yeah.
I mean, 40K parodies this, but yeah, it's you can see where they got it from.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must love one of them. Which again, I agree with. You know, obviously the statement in and of itself, but like again, this whole.
Guys, we need the divine spark. Like, it's like some fucking Magic the Gathering stuff. You need to use your divine spark to become a planeswalker so you can walk to Monad to learn the truth of the metaphysical existence of all things, guys. That's what you gotta do. Now we're sprinkling in a little Magic the Gathering here as well.
You must reject money and materialism. And grades, okay? Grades in school. You must reject competition.
Reject all grades. He's ungrading.
Okay, like I mean, kind of based. Yeah, I do think the grading system of current American education, Western education, is fucking dog shit. But like,
yeah,
I mean, yeah, dude, you need to reject grades to activate your divine spark to go back to Monad, bro. Like, okay, man.
so true. Yeah. He would think AC was made by the secret societies. I mean, here's the thing, Alex. AC is made by Ubisoft. They're French. Yeah, they're made by
That is basically a secret society in of itself. Let's be honest here.
You must reject material wealth in order to pursue spiritual happiness. Okay? That was the message of Jesus. Now, you can imagine that the powers that be, the Nephilim, would not like this, okay? It's a direct threat to Nephilim, who now control the prison created by the Demiurge. It's also a direct threat to the Demiurge. And that's why these secret societies have been, over the centuries, been repressed, been executed, okay, been massacred. But they believe that it is their duty.
No, they haven't been. I mean, maybe there were like, you know, kings in Europe or whatever that like carried out like specific like executions of, you know, of these like I don't like what.
I was also about to say, like, are we
citation needed? Like, when did this happen?
Yeah, like he's talking about materialism, but because we're going to go back to the Professor Jiang video that I looked at earlier, where he was talking about the history of fucking Marxism and materialism within the United States of America.
I feel so bad at that.
Yeah, like is the Demiurge cast? So the Demiurge is actually the one who's pretending to be Madara Uchiha, casting the infinite Tsukiyomi in order to make everyone into consumerist material debt slaves, so then they can't learn the truth or something. When in reality, the point of the infinite Tsukiyomi is to essentially create, well, soldiers, basically. Like, it's... Okay, dude, nice meme.
Yeah.
To protect the secret, because only by protecting the secret can humanity be ultimately saved. Right? Does that make sense? Okay. Any questions?
Right? I don't think he's gonna get any questions.
Version, which is what you're taught in school.
Well, he's not. So the thing, okay, just.
Also, you're not taught this stuff in school, but whatever.
So I've always had this question. I don't think he's just doing the act of nobody's actually sitting there. Like there's no class. It's just
yeah. It's all LARP. We know this. Like, I mean, there's instances. Actually, there are instances of him where he's actually on his oldest videos. There are actually people sitting there who are listening to him. But I don't know if they're like paid actors or whatever, or if it's like his actual class or what. Who the fuck knows?
Listen, I hate.
He is a high school teacher, right?
Okay. I hate to enable this guy, but I hate to enable this guy, but you have AI, dude. You could generate a classroom audience and then like pan the camera to them once during the lecture.
Maybe he won't do that because it's not authentic enough, and his like audience will think like it's a bunch of like secret society bullshit or something. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's the demiurge, dude. They're trying to prevent the truth of Monad from getting out, bro. It's like, okay,
he was in on it the whole time.
And now you have the secret version that is only taught in secret societies.
Okay.
He still never answered, by the way, what secret societies are fucking teaching this shit. What secret societies adhere to this? Like, who are the secret societies? Because guess what? Jordan Peterson did the exact same shit and saying very, very vague on purpose. Like, who are these people that believe in this fucking absolute gobbledygook? I have no idea. Like,
yeah, and here's the problem. Again, I, as a Christian, I will tell you this is my biggest concern.
Yeah, we know. Listen, we're saying this all obviously rhetorically, Alex. We know exactly what he means by secret societies. He means Jews.
Yeah, he's just doing they.
Yeah, the international cabal globalists. They take many different names and forms. So he means Jews.
Yeah, he's. But anyways, like, for example, there are so many, and this is something I'm going to talk about, like, once I get off, once I let you, continue your stream. I'm going to actually go into another topic, which is, so there are so many channels, Christian channels, where they're trying to.
Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Girls Gone Bible, bro. What is this like soy fucking Reddit goddamn? Like reference, dude. Okay, I'm going off on this. What kind of like what kind of like soy ass fucking Reddit bullshit is this? Yeah. Okay, Girls Gone Wild, right? You don't want to fucking
literally it's the same logo.
Yeah, you don't.
It's the same logo, dude.
Of course. Yeah, you don't want to fucking pop pussy and show ass instead or something? No, I've never heard of them, but you don't want to pop pussy and show ass instead, so now you want to do like Christian evangelical grift shit and get your fucking goddamn like gooner bait audience through that way because you're young, attractive looking fucking blonde white women. Okay, I don't respect this whatsoever. You're gooner baiting.
Well, the thing is the thing is that these channels are also echoing all the same stuff. So Professor Jiang also probably, I wouldn't be surprised if he got on their show. Like, it's a matter of time. He's going to be on their show, and this stuff is going to start getting preached on the pulpit. This is going to start...
Wait, this is a fucking channel with 860k subscribers? What's their most popular video? And they have like, wait, hold on. No, hold on, before we do that. Look at how many fucking views these guys have. This is dog shit views. 15k, 40k? What's the most popular? 700. I'm guessing.
So this guy is a really toxic sort of like fundy evangelical preacher, Philip Anthony Mitchell. His church actually had a massive scandal earlier this year.
Of course,
he has a mega church in Atlanta. So
this is their most popular video, 750k, and you have like 860k or 70k subscribers. You don't have any video that's hit a milli.
Let me see their short. Let me see their.
Their shorts.
Popular. 6.9. Okay.
Okay, that's where it is. They're taking advantage of the short algorithm.
TikTok, they're massive on TikTok, by the way. I think they're all like they're. Uh-oh.
What? Oh, Boy Meets Mini got a raid.
I got a raid. Freaking Justin. It's freaking Justin.
Frickin' Justin.
Justin.
Oh my god.
Welcome to our...
It's heckin' frick Justin.
Yeah, I know. Anyways, everyone give Justin the file. What were you doing on stream tonight? Were you debating chuds? I gotta call in at some point and debate you on the fact that it is freaking Justin. We will fight about this.
Yeah, you're about...
How you doing, man?
Scrap.
The troll patrol is here. Yeah, that's right. But anyways, that's all I had to say. But yeah, like basically, I'm really like, unfortunately, this type of misinfo, right? Well, let me put the screen back on. This type of misinfo that we see here, this is going to make it to all the Christian channels. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%.
With the war in Iran, with the invasion of Iran, all the end times narratives that are coming up, and people are grifting off that.
Wait, when was this? Wait, question. When was the original video release important? Because I'm surprised it's not. Okay, so it was last year.
Last September, which I mean, we still had the genocide in Gaza going on, and then this is 6 months ago, so this
September
is September 5th.
Okay.
So September of last year.
This will make
St. Patty's special.
This will make the rounds to all the Christian weirdos probably at some point.
And it's not just him specifically, but this type of information is going to start disseminating out, and everybody's just going to echo the same talking points now to feed that sort of end times fear, uncertainty, doubt narrative, to try to, it's sort of this like fear, uncertainty, doubt thing that they use to lure you into a
cult,
becoming a far right, lure you into the cult essentially. And now the cult is not like it used to be. Like cults were well defined. They would knock on your door on Saturday mornings and they had a building. Now cults are widespread and they're nebulous and hard to, so
really
it's harder to keep this stuff under wrap. Like, yeah, it used to be they knocked on your door on Sunday mornings. And
I unironically, I've been getting mailers from a fucking Jehovah's Witness, and I'm just like, why am I getting this shit? It's like, fuck off, dude. I always just like threw those away, and then I was just like, I'm gonna take a look at one of these. I'm curious. I see Jehovah's Witness. I'm like, I'm throwing this out.
Yeah, good. You couldn't fall for that one. So, yeah, unfortunately, and also, all these channels that are like trying to go after Gen Z, with the religious stuff, they know Gen Z is younger, more impressionable. Professor Jiang has obviously taken full advantage of that and gained an audience. So
same with Gen Alpha, same with those guys as well.
Oh, I'm really concerned about Gen Alpha, but I feel like I'd like to see what
I think they're gonna
grow up and their brains develop. I really hope they break this.
I think they're gonna be heavily polarized because of this current administration.
Yeah,
heavily polarized.
Yeah,
especially with Woke 2 making a big comeback, but we'll see. Thank you, Democrats, for being complete failures and squandering Woke 1, you dipshits. But then again, that's expected.
Yeah. I mean, the Democrat, let me just say, like, just the last thing, I don't think the Democrats were ever really part of Woke 1. They just sort of co-opted it.
Yeah, they just co-opted it.
It was just, the corporations obviously did ESG and stuff, which has some good to it. There's some good stuff, but it's just to mitigate the effects of capitalism and corporatism. But, like, yeah, it's like, beyond that, they weren't really active participants in Woke 1. Like, it was very sort of grassroots leftist, more in like labor unions, stuff like that. So in DSA, that was mainly Woke 1, and the Woke 2 is, obviously, it's becoming more mainstream in Democrats.
Calling right wingers a bunch of slurs. We're dark woke.
We're cool now. We're cool.
We're doing critical racist theory. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah, we're flipping it on them. We're Uno reverse carding them.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyways, yeah. But yeah, in conclusion, I will say as a Christian, yeah, this is a massive concern. Like, if someone like this, who is not a Christian, not a Christian creator,
as far as we can tell,
but who reads into conspiracy nonsense and only reads particular interpretations, what's the problem I have is that like this is going to get mainstream in Christian spaces, Christian youth spaces. Will this stuff get taught in Sunday schools? Are we going to hear this from the pulpit? I already hear crazy stuff from the pulpit every Sunday from my own pastor and from like other like large preachers and channels and stuff. And so it's like, man, it's just getting crazier. And like, you know, I hope to be, you know, a voice of not only reason but just like as a Christian, it's like it's like get away from all this stuff and actually look at, okay, how can I use my faith to help others? How can I use it to uplift others? How can I use it to, you know, to bring some sense of freedom or joy to others? And I think that's so much more important these days than all this stuff, because all this stuff is just noise and attention economy. And I do feel like there needs to be a huge change, if you know, within all different faiths, all different faiths. I mean, this is a massive problem in Hinduism, of course, modern, you know, Brahmanism. This is a massive problem. You know, with Hindutva and the rise of that, Modi and stuff. So we have this problem on that front too, and I feel like there need to be more progressive voices and interfaith voices in on the progressive side, because that is how we're going to fix this. Like that's one of the main ways we're going to hopefully fix this over time.
And where where does this all stem from? Oh, worsening material conditions currently happening under capitalism. No!
Yep.
Daho, you're telling me that humans who fundamentally always have the feeling that they are the masters of their own destiny and masters over their own fate, if they lose complete control of said destiny or fate, they will believe in the ridiculous, the nonsensical, and the esoteric in order to try to explain why their current misfortunes are happening. Oh,
Correct.
Because of economic fucking downturn. Exact same shit happened within Germany as a byproduct of the Treaty of Versailles and the depression that happened after. Shocker.
No way, guys.
Whoa! No way, guys! Oh! Whoa!
Yeah. So, anyways, I'll leave you with that. I don't know if you had anything else, but it's been
but yeah,
quite a bit of time. It took forever to get through this. My God, I hate Professor Jiang.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes. Yeah, I mean, like, let's just wrap this all up in a nice, neat little bow. It should be fairly simple. Professor Jiang, schizo, Jordan Peterson clone. That's really about it. Don't believe anything that he's saying in terms of like all of his like esoteric interpretations of the Book of Enoch and the Gospel of Thomas. One of his main sources that he's referring to is unironically a book that talks about an alternative history from the past 3,000 fucking years. And we're supposed to believe that some unknowable secret societies are all practitioners of the demiurge, are all like Nephilim, born from the fucking demiurge or some shit, who are basically casting the infinite Tsukiyomi of consumerist debt slavery upon the rest of humanity to make sure that they don't learn the fucking truth. This dude is Jordan Peterson 1-to-1 to a fucking goddamn T. He doesn't actually probably read much of anything, has only particular interpretations of what he probably reads to push his like esoteric nonsense to his more than likely very, very parasocial, easily captured fucking audience of people who are just desperate for answers within the cruel world that we currently find ourselves under. He is incredibly dangerous, and there is a very, very specific reason for as to why I say that this guy is essentially just another fucking Jordan Peterson. He is one in the fucking same. And basically anything that this guy says should be taken with an absolute fucking grain of salt.
Or just don't feed the wolf. Don't give him any attention. There's way better people. One of the people I actually suggest who is good on Bible stuff, by the way, one of the people I highly suggest is what's his name? I think Dan McClellan. Now, Dan McClellan, he does dive into Mormonism to some degree, but he's very much sort of data over dogma. In fact, that's the name of his podcast. But Dan McClellan is a theologian and a Bible
Oh, he
scholar.
actually studied and doesn't have a BA in literature like Professor Jiang does.
Yes.
He studied theology.
Yeah.
Shocker.
He's very he's very progressive as well. But again, he really looks. He's a very skilled linguist. He understands obviously Old Hebrew, Greek, all the various translations of the Bible. So
I would guess probably some Latin in there as well.
Yes, yeah, obviously Latin. But yeah, Dan McClellan's a good source for Bible stuff if you're curious, if anyone in your audience is curious, and probably have watched. You've probably seen his TikToks here and there. He's really big over there, but also he has a podcast called Data Over Dogma, which I think that's a separate channel. And they dive into current issues as well, but they also look at the the text and the theology and all that stuff. So, and also like debunking like a lot of right-wing misinfo and revisionism. So he's doing a good job. Even though I don't fully agree with him, he's done a lot of good for him. So yeah, one guy I would listen to.
Nice.
So,
lovely.
Yep.
But yeah, don't believe anything ever from Professor Jiang. He's a I was gonna say like a wannabe preacher. He's not really a wannabe preacher. He is essentially just another charlatan who preaches in the exact same way as Jordan Peterson, talking about like esoteric nonsense that he barely studied for. And I'm going to make another quick reminder to all you parasocial weirdos out there. He has a BA in literature and is a high school teacher. He only uses the moniker of being a professor as a legitimizing factor to be like, hey, just believe me and don't question anything that I say. Even though he wants his like students to, I don't know, like challenge the fucking demiurge in order to be able to open up their divine spark to get to monad in order to learn the actual truth, quote unquote. And they complete fucking nonsense.
I will just say one last thing. I'm not going to tap the glass on this, but I would imagine at some point his employer, whatever school district he's working for, is going to catch wind of this, and
they may have some problems at some point.
Yeah, this is not good for the teaching profession, also for the standards of education either. So yeah, so let's see what happens.
But yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides Professor Jiang. You're a fucking schizo, bro.
Yep. Thanks for having me on, Daho. I'll leave you to it. That took a while, but yeah, he sucks.
He does suck. I fucking hate that guy. He is big booty, fucking complete butt cheeks. God, he sucks. I hate him. I hate him a lot.
All right.
Don't like him.
All right. We'll see you around, Daho.
You see you around, buddy. Oh boy. Well, bad news, everyone. Kat Abughazaleh fucking lost. Drat. 91% in NBC looks like they are calling it for Daniel Biss. Unfortunate. I know Alex Roivas was there. Or is here, rather. Alex, where are you? I know you're here, Alex. A lot of the people I voted for lost. Unfortunately, AIPAC still has somewhat of a giant fucking hold. Although, Kat looks like she actually fucking won one of the fucking areas within her district. McChenry, but that wasn't enough. Oh, they actually are running a fucking Republican in this House district, but yeah, they're not gonna fucking win. Yeah, it's like that's not fucking happening, but I guess they did. They're not gonna invest anything into the Republican. So that's cool, fantastic. We love that. I'm gonna grab some water. Okay, well, that did go on a lot longer than I wanted it to, but that's fine. We do have some things we need to talk about. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water real quick. And then we'll yap. We'll do our yapping. I'll be right back though, gamers. We're so back. Hello, how are we doing all today? Very cool. Kat Abughazaleh losing is a good thing. Now we're seeing some real fucking dumbass dipshits. Oh. Okay, we're getting the 3 IQ schizophrenics. Why does this person named Cracker Comptroller block? Why does this person block me? Who the okay, whatever. Stalin PFP. I think I know why the person has blocked me. Dumbass. Yeah, we're getting all the 3 IQ fucking dumbasses saying like, well, you know, it's actually good Kat lost because she was created by the National Endowment of Democracy. Oh, and Kersha lost her, Kersha lost her, relationship with Mythic Talent. Bye-bye. Woke 2 is here. Very interested in seeing what a lot of the interpretations are. Wow, infuriating. We all know whose fault this is for not dropping out. That's right, Laura fined for not allowing Kat to consolidate the pro-war vote. That's fucking ridiculous. You cannot consolidate the progressive vote today while saber-rattling war with China. Is that the analysis we're going with here, Ryan Grimm? Oh, okay. Campus retardation. That's very cool. Wow, this is a really fucking idiotic take. If the Confederate States ran to Cuba in 1865 and maintained they were the legitimate government to this day, I would support forcibly reunifying them into the Union too. Oh, so I didn't know that Chiang Kai-shek is still in fucking power to this day. What the fuck are you talking about? Stupid. Yeah, more than likely how Kat lost is because of APAC under a separate pack running progressive ads to try to stop Kat, and guess what? Left fell for it again. Very, very funny.
We turn now to our...
Grab a real quick thing. We turn now. Very cool. All right. We're just gonna do the Joe Kent stuff, I think, and just the Kat Abughazaleh stuff. Because we already had the long thing. This is actually a very good point here by Hassan. Daniel Biss was a progressive pick running for governor when Zionist advocacy org successfully got him to axe his lieutenant governor, because he was also a mayor before, right? But he was also the mayor of Everston, I believe. To axe his pro-BDS / anti-Israel positions was in 2017. Today, he won the Dem primary in opposition to AIPAC as the liberal Zionist, defeating both the AIPAC candidate Fine in third place, thus meaning that AIPAC is now completely toxic, is not liked anymore, and the anti-Zionist, that not everyone is like, everyone is basically like, fuck AIPAC. In terms of the mind of the normie Democrat, fuck AIPAC, no one wants AIPAC, period, end of story. But it's a little more complicated than just that. And now the messaging has to be also talking about, like, no, it's a fundamental issue with Israel and a lot of these Zionist advocacy orgs in general. Okay, there's still more room for improvement. It is an improvement, but there's still more room for it. There's still, like, DMFI, Democratic Majority for Israel, and also a J Street, which, well, that is more so the position of a lot of the I was gonna say advocacy group, the lobbying group that the Democrats, broadly speaking, listen to. That being J Street and, like, of course, like DMFI and whatnot. Very cool. I have to remember. What is the name of that fucking AIPAC ad against Kat? Here we go. Here's Kat's speech. We didn't win it, that really fucking sucks. Well, unfortunately, APAC managed to defeat her. Unfortunately. Okay, I think I have enough for what I want in terms of analysis of this whole situation. Because that's purely what it is, right? Like, yeah, we can always just be like, oh yeah, blah blah blah, it's all because of Bushra Amiwala. It's not exactly true. APAC learned its lessons from New Jersey's 11th district, right? And in fact, I should pull that up right now. They immediately learned their lesson. Perfect. Oh, this is a little bit of cosmic justice. Venezuela defeats the United States in the World Baseball Classic final in a score of 3-2. Very cool. J Street is just APAC in sheep's clothing. That's true. But yeah, saying that fucking, like, Kat lost because she was pro-Taiwan, I think is very fucking stupid. No one cares about that. The U.S. Senate officially advances the Save America Act. Oh boy. By the way, even if the Save America Act does get signed into law, that's just going to be immediately challenged in the fucking courts. Will immediately be challenged. Got what we wanted, I think. Keep finding some additional things. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Alright. Fantastic. I think I'm ready now with what exactly I want. That... God damn it. Leaking DMs. God damn it. Not the insane Nazi weirdo that was attacking a bunch of people for a little while. It was very weird. Okay, there we go. Fucking stupid. That's what I wanted. Whatever. It's not that bad. Alright, you shut up now. Let's get started with this shit. Ugh. Well, we are now seeing another very, very high-profile resignation happening in the Trump administration. In Joe Kent, director of the National Counterterrorism Center, that being, of course, effective today. Very, very interesting to see, because the first... That would be Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is gone. She is no longer at her position as Secretary of DHS. Why? Because she sucks. Yeah, she really fucking sucks. Period. End of story. And now Joe Kent is the next guy who's also gone. I believe he also ran for Congress. And this guy is dyed in the wool, like MAGA Trump supporter ever since 2016. So he is, I guess what you could effectively say, pretty much an OG. So this should really be a sort of telltale sign that this guy is saying that he cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. It's the one thing that's probably going to end up having such a significant damper on the already fraught and fraying coalition of MAGA. And I don't know, it is really one of those things that it is just a fell for it again award again, because are we all really surprised that Donald Trump was lying, of course, about being the pro-peace guy? I mean, he unironically increased drone strikes from his first term in office in his administration by about 432% from Obama, who's widely regarded as the drone striker in chief. And it's one of those things where it's like, should we all really be surprised by any of this whatsoever? Of course not. Like, duh, that was obviously going to happen. He was always a fucking goddamn liar. But, I don't know, some principle here from someone within the MAGA coalition? Highly fucking doubt it. No, I mean, maybe this guy actually did care and did really think that Donald Trump was anti-war, when the exact opposite could be the fucking case. You know, it is a constant state with all of these, like, quote-unquote populists on the right. They always pretend, of course, that they are populists, when in reality they are all just neocons in sheep's clothing. So he was a close confidant, specifically also to Tulsi Gabbard. I believe Tulsi Gabbard also did a bunch of campaign events with him when he was running for Congress, which I do believe he ended up losing. But here, why don't we take a look at the letter that he wrote specifically in his resignation. President Trump, after much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position as director of the National Counterterrorism Center effective today. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, which is true, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. So far, he's just hitting the nail on the fucking head. This is just accurate, right? And I'm surprised that he just didn't go down the immediate anti-Semitic route, right? Saying that it is because of, well, inherent, like, Zionist control within the government of the United States of America. Because it is true, there is a powerful American lobby that, well, generally speaking, lobbies for the interests of Zionists and Zionism, right? Again, it's very important to always make these distinctions, and there's a reason why I always make these distinctions. Zionism and Judaism are not the same things. They are, well, one being a political and ethno-nationalist political ideology, and the other being a religious and a cultural affiliation, of course. So it is incredibly, incredibly important to always make these distinctions. Very, very much so. So saying, like, quote-unquote, a Zionist-occupied government is always just, well, inherently fucking ridiculous. I support the values and the foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, and 2024. Didn't he also say that he wanted to bomb the shit out of, like, Baghdad or some shit in 2016? I can't... whatever. Which you enacted in your first term. Again, he increased drone strikes by 432%. He bombed like 7 different countries even in his first term, but whatever. I believe he's now set a record for amount of countries that he's bombed in his tenure as presidency. I think it's like 12 or something in his 2 separate terms. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed Americans of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. This is technically speaking true. He also ragged on Bush around 2008 on the war in Iraq, saying, like, well, it's a bunch of bullshit. It was always a bunch of bullshit. Like, we're just going into this war for, like, literally no reason. However, here's the thing specifically. Did Trump actually believe any of that stuff? I don't know. Trump will change positions on something, like, on a fucking whim. Constantly, right? In reality, he just does not believe in really, really much of anything, right? He will adopt particular positions just like any right-wing populist if it is politically efficacious at that time for him to adopt those particular policies, right? He doesn't actually believe in anything whatsoever, fundamentally speaking. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how decisively, apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. Yeah, I believe the broader reporting has said that this is essentially the plan was for this to basically be a never-ending war, where if the Democrats do get into power, which they will, it'll be more like soft in terms of the bombings of Iran, probably like an occasional bombing here and there in order to make it look like there's to still have like military industrial complex interests still be in part in terms of the economy of the United States, and the Republicans then just come in order to be more ridiculous and fucking aggressive. This was always going to inevitably deteriorate into a never-ending war, obviously. You demonstrated this by killing Qasem Soleimani and defeating ISIS. I mean, Qasem Soleimani, killing him for like literally no reason, probably like set the U.S. down this path, but whatever. Earlier in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. So he's not entirely inaccurate here. We all know specifically that Lindsey Graham made multiple trips to Israel to get advice from Benjamin Netanyahu to sort of get pointers for as to how to convince Trump to go ahead with a bombing campaign in Iran. We know that the date for this current round of bombings and attacks happening within Iran has essentially been, well, predetermined by the Israelis and also the administration for, well, several weeks before it actually happened. And they've been talking about wanting to do another strike on Iran for several months, ever since the initial attacks happened on the nuclear sites in Iran via, Operation Midnight Hammer. So the American media, that they really have a hand in a misinformation campaign. If you want to say the American media is Lindsey Graham essentially getting into Trump's ear, as well as Benjamin Netanyahu promising Trump that he's essentially going to become the second coming of Jesus for the Christian evangelicals, then I guess you could say that. But in reality, that's not actually how that fucking works. This is, again, kind of inaccurate here. And also, Trump's never been America first. He's never cared about America as a country or as a concept. For him, fundamentally speaking, he's always been Trump first and foremost. This echo chamber was used to deceive you. Of course, Yeah, dude. Deceived Donald Trump. Okay, bro. Can't ever go against the cult now, can we? Into believing Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, and that you should strike now. There was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie, and is the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into a disastrous Iraq war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. Was it really the Israelis that gave Bush the idea to do Iraq to Electric Boogaloo? I don't really think so. No, not really. Again, this is just to say to like all these like dumbasses like the TYT types who are saying like, oh, Joe Kent is obviously a progressive and he is saying why the Israel first agenda is bad. No. The fundamental basis of the analysis here is bad. Now, on the surface, yeah, this all seems fine and dandy, but it's like, no, dude. It's a culmination of a lot of very, very complicated socio-economic and political interests through the military-industrial complex, various intelligence agencies, military intelligence agencies, even AI companies that have, of course, also the Christian evangelicals as well. We can't forget about them either, that have culminated for as to why the war in Iran started even happening, why so much support is being given to the Israelis. And I mean, I'm being like a little hyperbolic when I'm saying that this is all basically done by fucking Lindsey Graham. It's not exactly true, right? Like, Although there has been reports saying that Lindsey Graham met with representatives of Mossad and Benjamin Netanyahu over the weeks before the attacks on Iran started happening to essentially convince the president to essentially give the go-ahead for these, well, further attacks on Iran, right? We all know this. As a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times, and as a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon in a war manufactured by Israel, right? I believe there's an advertisement about that specifically during his campaign for Congress. I cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I wonder what this guy thought of Venezuela. Probably thought it was fine. Whatever. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. Yeah, interests that Donald Trump is always aligned with, right? Always. The time for bold action now. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation. He won't. And you can allow us to slip into further toward decline and chaos. You hold the cards. That's a good line right there, actually. It was an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. But yeah, broadly speaking, I mean, the letter is like, it's like whatever. I mean, again, big instance here of a really relatively high up dude in the Trump administration who is now left their post because of, well, the actions of Israel within the Iran war, which are obviously illegal, really bad for a lot of various reasons. But here, just a quick little sort of report on this. Why don't we take a look?
We turn now to our White House correspondent, Liz Landers, for more on the political context of all of this. All right, Liz, so tell us more about Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, who resigned today in protest.
Yeah, well, with his background as a Green Beret and a former CIA official, he has both this military and intelligence background, but he really represents sort of the MAGA portion of this administration who is anti-war. And that is what we saw today in these comments from him. He has a close relationship with Tucker Carlson, who we've mentioned previously has been critical of this war in Iran.
Close relationship with Tucker Carlson. Now, we all know that Tucker Carlson has been constantly railing on people like Ted Cruz, like Mike Huckabee, trying to just essentially deconstruct a lot of the religious sort of reasons for as to why the wars and support to Israel is completely nonsensical. Now, Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite. He's not doing this out of like any principled belief in protecting the Palestinians. I mean, he often talks about Palestinian Christians, which are a minority of Palestinians. They exist, obviously. There's a bunch of them, yada, yada, yada. But if we're talking about the actual Palestinian populace, it's more Muslim people, obviously, right? The vast majority in comparison. But we all know why Tucker Carlson, in reality, cares about the sort of, I guess, positions that he's having here, rather surreptitiously in terms of protecting Palestinian Christians. It's because, well, he peddles a bunch of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and beliefs specifically, right? There's no fundamental principle here for Tucker Carlson.
Since it started. He's also a close ally of Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence. She
Who
herself
believes
has
in
been
nothing,
quite
obviously.
anti-war in the past when she ran as a Democratic candidate in 2020. She ran really on that platform, no more foreign wars and interventions. I remember seeing him at her confirmation hearings last year on Capitol Hill as a close friend of hers. She responded today, it seemed, to his comments that Iran posed no imminent threats. And these are the first comments that we've seen from her about the war since it started. She said President Trump concluded...
That is very interesting, right? That Tulsi Gabbard has not been talking about... I mean, she's been very, very quiet in general, like essentially sidelined, for lack of a better term. Tulsi Gabbard is just like an Islamophobe, let's be honest here, because of her Hindufa sort of like nationalistic interests, right? She obviously has a lot of interests with Hindufa fucking nationalists, which is why she is as Islamophobic as she is, right? It's pretty obvious, pretty simple, to be honest. Why that is the case. But broadly speaking, when it comes to someone like Tulsi Gabbard, she was never really anti-war. She just used the positions of being anti-war in order to attack people who, well, are for like liberal sort of like interventionism happening, broadly speaking, throughout the Middle East, when in reality she doesn't actually really give much of a shit at all about any of that.
concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. Jeff, she testifies tomorrow on Capitol Hill. I am sure that she will be asked about both Kent's resignation and also these comments about Iran.
Yeah. Kent, we should note, had some extremist associations. Tell us more about that.
During the confirmation hearings on Capitol Hill last year, both the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, and the Southern Poverty Law Center were urging members of Congress not to confirm him because of these extremist links of his in the past. Today, we heard from Congressman Don Bacon online, who quipped good riddance and accused Kent of anti-Semitism. The Anti-Defamation League said again today that Kent has a, quote, history of anti-Semitism and extremism, so it's no surprise that he would blame Israel and the media in that resignation letter. The Associated Press has covered...
Okay, so... Right. Okay. I figured he was more than likely mentioning that because of anti-Semitic reasons. Obviously, the actual, like, when he mentioned Israel and the American media, that it's not accurate exactly for as to why Donald Trump ended up going to war and started attacking Iran. That's not the case, really. Like, this has been something that's been, like, in the works for quite a while at this point, and it was always going to happen. The negotiations that the Trump administration was doing with Iran was a farce. It was nonsensical. It was to put up a facade, because they were inevitably going to do the bombing, obviously. It wasn't because of the American media, obviously. Like, yeah, they're pro-war. They're pro-war, generally speaking, in terms of mainstream outlets, right? But they were not really pushing for war with Iran specifically. Like, not really.
Covered some of Kent's extremism links in the past. He has held calls. He held a call with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier. He later denounced Fuentes, but that's just one example of a very extreme figure
optics
that he has links to from the past.
Liz Landers, thank you for that reporting. We appreciate it.
Fascinating. So, yeah, more than likely, he himself is also a bit of an anti-Semite, and that's why he is opposed against this war in Iran, because he has a bunch of links to the more sort of like the quote-unquote, I mean, he mentioned America first in his resignation letter. So more than likely it makes sense why he has connections probably to Fuentes and also Tucker Carlson, who also purport to be quote-unquote American first. Yeah, but, you know, what else is there to really say? This is a very, very high-up official from the administration who is now resigning from his post as the director of National Counterterrorism Center. And, I mean, he's this is the second big high-profile guy who's now leaving the administration. First was Kristi Noem, and now it's this dude. And let's be honest here, we're only going to see probably more and more dominoes fall, more than likely, because of this elective war being taken by the Trump administration alongside all of the various interests that, broadly speaking, represent the Republican Party. And we're only probably going to see more and more like of the more America first probably types leave this administration as a byproduct of this war in Iran. This is probably going to be the highest profile one in particular, but more and more people are going to start leaving as this administration, begins to completely fall apart. But yeah, I don't think there's really much else to say besides that. All right. Getting attacked by Flem Nation, folks. All right. Some actual political analysis that can be done here. Very important political analysis. Well, clearing out the Phlegm Nation. Because we're getting attacked by Phlegm Nation at the moment. I hate Phlegm Nation. It is the worst, folks. Hate it. All right. Oh, jeez. Let's get started. Big news in the night at the time of recording, but Kat Abughazaleh has lost her race to Daniel Biss in Illinois' 9th district. And in fact, I mean, it's been a loss for a bunch of differing, like, progressive candidates. Now, I understand what everyone may be feeling in the sort of immediate. Now, obviously, the gap is relatively close, about 3% margin. 93% of the votes are in, with about 10,000 remaining. Is it hypothetically possible that she somehow wins? At time of recording, sure, still entirely possible, highly, highly unlikely. Now, I know what everyone is going to say, right? Why didn't Bushra Amiwala basically concede the race and have all of these voters here, these 6,000 voters, this 5% of the vote, go to Kat Abughazaleh? No guarantee that all of these people would either want to go out to vote or would have just sat in the on the couch, not have gone out to vote for Kat specifically, and there is no guarantee that all of these people would not have voted for someone else in this race. I mean, there's a lot of people in this race, like, unironically, like, I think it was like 16 different candidates. Now, for Daniel Biss is a dude, broadly speaking, who I would say is just, like, a quote-unquote liberal progressive, but still overall a Zionist. He basically disavowed AIPAC, right? And talked about how, like, oh, AIPAC is kind of, like, stinky and bad. And that's probably what ended up leading him to victory, if I were to take a guess. And honestly, I think the main lesson that people should be taking away from here is the fact that AIPAC is adapting, and they are beginning to learn. And that the only people that you should not be only criticizing, because everyone in the mind of the American people, they understand AIPAC equals bad, period, end of story, right? However, there's a lot more PACs and various interests that, generally speaking, represent Zionist interests within the United States of America. But here, before we get into that specifically, it was looking good initially for Kat, right? 30% of the vote who voted by mail or are early in person, of course. Generally speaking, a lot of her polling data, she did quite well with people who are progressive, younger people, men. Well, she's an attractive woman. That's probably part of the reason. Let's be honest here. Men, you think a lot with your fucking dick, okay? Let's be quite honest here. Let's not be ridiculous or hyperbolic, but also with a bunch of differing minority populations. And there's a very important reason why Chicago is being brought up here. Bushra Amiwala is, from what I understand, a local star within the district. She's a known community member. She's, broadly speaking, done a lot of work in the community, broadly speaking, and a lot of people know who she is. Kat Abughazaleh recently moved into the, well, region, right? Very, very recently. And this district is, of course, a gerrymander to shit, particularly bad gerrymander, obviously, in one of the few Democratic states who has done gerrymandering completely within the state. Completely different story. Who necessarily really cares about that? But she is someone who recently moved into the fucking district. Probably not, and was not as well known of a factor. Still quite impressive that she almost ended up winning. I mean, the federal indictment by ICE certainly really helps with that. Obviously, like, Biss, getting mostly older people, suburbanites, and also the, more likely older conservative black people, right? Who all, generally speaking, vote for Democrat. But there's important lessons that I think we should really, really pick up here. And I think Hassan more or less hits the nail on the head here. Daniel Biss was a progressive pick running for governor when Zionist advocacy org successfully got him to axe his lieutenant governorship due to his pro-BDS/anti-Israel position. This was in 2007. Again, talking about the overall a corroding influence that money in politics has, especially with what AIPAC and a bunch of other Zionist interests like DMFI and J Street, generally speaking, represent. Today, he won the Dem primary in opposition to AIPAC as the liberal Zionist, defeating both the AIPAC candidate Fine in third place, right? She got, I forgot to mention, Laura Fine, I think got like millions of dollars from fucking AIPAC. Like, I think it was like $9 million was spent on her until AIPAC decided to learn a lesson from a very, very specific race that we're going to get into. Very, very specific race in New Jersey. We'll get to that when we get to it. Laura Fine was the pro-AIPAC candidate. Broadly speaking, the lesson that needs to be taught, learned from this is the fact that AIPAC, broadly speaking, is now very, 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 very fucking toxic, and broadly speaking, you should not affiliate with AIPAC whatsoever, which is a good thing. However, there are more interests that exist for, well, Zionists within the American political system. Yes, I did see that. It's very, very funny. Very, very poetic that Venezuela beat the Americans in the World Baseball Classic. This is true. And it's pretty much highlighted here exactly by Hassan. I 100% agree with him on this take. AIPAC, in the minds of the American people, broadly speaking, is now toxic. There has been a significant shift in terms of the politics of Israel and, generally speaking, support for the Palestinians that has happened in America. Astronomical shifts in terms of the Overton window on this particular message. However, that doesn't mean there isn't still room for Zionists within the country to be able to make maneuvers. Again, there's still a lot of very powerful Zionist fucking interests through DMFI and also through J Street that, broadly speaking, still exist, that still have quite a grip, quite a hold on broader sort of Democratic establishment sort of candidates. But here is Daniel Biss in his fucking victory speech. Enough about AIPAC. May tonight be the last night I utter their name. This victory belongs to J Street. Now, why would you say this? Why don't we take a look?
Survivor grandparents and their 2-year-old daughter and my mother in 1948. And at the same time, the oppression of the Palestinian people is an unacceptable stain on the world and on the Jewish people as well, and has to be ended. There was a lot of
So he's pretending to be against the genocide here of the Palestinian people. He was supportive of Israel to get defensive weapons, say for like the Iron Dome and whatnot. There is no such thing as a defensive weapon. That is an oxymoron. Weapons are inherently meant to cause harm, period, end of story. There is no such thing as a defensive fucking weapon. An interceptor can also be used to launch offensive sort of, attacks upon people. And also the idea of defensive weapons as being used as a blanket, as a shield for offensive action to allow to be to be carried out by Israel within the region. There's a reason why Israel feels like it is invincible and can act as belligerent as possible, because they still have the Iron Dome, of which the Americans will constantly refill the stockpiles and the ammunition for all the time.
From one to the other, I always perspective, I was not willing to do it, because that's not who I am, and that's not what this district is. This district understands nuance and wants someone to accept the reality of competing, even contradictory sounding priorities and values and realities. Now,
there isn't really any nuance. Every single international organization has come to the conclusion that Israel is an apartheid state and is conducting a genocide. There is no nuance to any of these issues in particular. Standard liberal Zionist talking points here.
that point of view is not the point of view of APAC. APAC has spent an unbelievable amount of money, over $7 million, to try to buy this seat, to support the idea that we can't accept nuance, that we can't accept the reality of competing narratives, that we can't fight for justice.
It was about $9 million, but what are you saying here is technically speaking true, but same with the people that represent you, J Street. Same with the MFI. The Liberal Party, the main opposition party within Israel, the head of that party endorsed the Greater Israel Project, which has the entire basis of Zionism built upon it. Again, this is a square that you cannot circle, or circle that you cannot square. However the saying, well, accurately goes. There is always going to be an inherent contradiction here, and that's the main problem.
For all, that we can't accept the very Jewish value that there is equal sacred dignity in every single life, and that every person has equal rights to self-determination and to justice. My friends, I'm going to go to Congress and fight for that very basic principle of self-determination and justice that every single human being deserves anywhere else on the planet.
Or are you going to give that for the Palestinians? Just a little curious, while you're sending defensive weapons to Israel? Just curious.
And so, let me end this simply by saying, APAC found out the hard way. The 9th district is not for sale. So enough about APAC. Maybe might be the last time I utter their name. This victory belongs to J Street.
And there it fucking is. He unironically has said that this victory belongs to fucking J Street. J Street is, again, another Zionist, liberal Zionist, of course, interest group who unironically also has the same outcome and same goal specifically, except they want to be a little bit softer about it. They just disagree with the tact of Benjamin Netanyahu. While unfortunately the opposition party within Israel also agrees with the end goal for what Benjamin Netanyahu wants to achieve. So which is it? You cannot square this circle. It is inherently fucking contradictory. Moving forward, of course, Austin Knox here, known editor, of course, of Hasten Abe, Hamas Pecker, Hamas Pecker, known terrorist sympathizer, quote-unquote. Again, you cannot square the fucking circle that you still do not fundamentally represent the interests that Israel fucking has if you are also taking money from fucking J Street, which is about, looks like 150 grand here, give or take, about 150 grand. You still take money from PACs that represent basically the exact same interests here, specifically by, well, Israel. You cannot square that circle. This is an inherent contradiction. Again, it is as Hassan said himself. APAC is now seen as a poison, as a toxin. This is a good thing. It is a step in the right direction. However, there's still a lot of fucking work to do when it comes to the APACs in sheep's clothing, aka DMFI and also J Street. Very, very important. The people, the left specifically, needs to begin making these distinctions right away. But here, Kat herself, her speech. Why don't we take a look?
But we didn't win, and it really fucking sucks. We came really close, and it sucks. But it's something that no one in power even expected would be possible at all. I need to stress to
multiple six-figure ad buys were basically done against her by APAC. And we're going to take a look at the nature of some of these ad buys, because APAC is starting to learn. They are starting to get a lot smarter in terms of how they do their ad buys.
every single person in this room that this does not mean that the last year has been for nothing.
I mean, she just moved into the district, she came in second place, and this is still like a sign of things to come. She is more than likely going to run again, and it's probably going to be rather difficult for Daniel Biss to probably hold that seat.
Tens of thousands of people powered this campaign, knocking doors, making calls, donating what they could. We fed and clothed thousands of people across the 9th district. We forced our opponents to the left and to be more aggressive against this administration. We did all of this together from the ground up with everything against.
Boy Meets Mini with a raid of 7 people. What the fucking cock and balls? You're shouting yourself out. I'm too lazy to do this. But a raid by Boy Meets Mini. Hello. It is I, your friendly neighborhood critical racist theorist. As we all know, I mean, you know, we have the critical racing theorist in Boy Meets Mini. I am the critical racist theorist. I am racist against racists, and we criticize all the racists. Yeah. Listen. We did our yap sesh on fucking Professor Jiang, why he's a fucking freak, yada yada yada. Jordan Peterson analogy goes here. But right now we are yapping about the Kat Abughazaleh's race, and she unfortunately lost. But there's an important lesson that needs to be learned here, and that is AIPAC is starting to learn. And it's very, very important that we know how to counteract this.
Against us. Thank you for being involved. And the work isn't over. There are progressives all over the country who are taking a chance just like we did, and we have to help them win. No matter how hard it is, we have to send a message to this administration, anyone who enables it, and I'm talking directly to them right now. You and your jobs are not safe. This is the start and not the end. We are not tolerating the status quo.
Real?
You cannot kidnap and kill us and our neighbors. You cannot start illegal wars. You cannot trample on our rights and see our lives as a means for profit. We will continue to come back, and every single loss like this one just makes the path easier for the next person who takes the same chance.
It's true.
We are not done, and I am not going anywhere. When I said I would spend every single waking moment of the rest of my life to hold this administration accountable, win or lose, I fucking meant it. And I know all of you do too.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, this is still like the fact that she came in second, right? And again, we're gonna get to the sort of analysis here for why I don't think like blaming Bushra for this specifically, just blaming her, saying that she led to the loss, I think is an incredibly fucking shallow form of analysis. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's stupid because there's no way of knowing that, to be quite honest, that all of these voters who voted for Bushra were going to immediately vote for Kat Abughazaleh and would have just not like sat on the fucking couch. Again, there's a couple of factors that have worked against her. Yes, I do 1000% agree that it should be ranked choice voting, but this is America, blah, 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 blah. But here, there's no way of knowing that all of these people would have gone to Kat. Obviously, if all of Bushra's voters went to Kat, she would have won. Period. End of story. Would have been very, very easy for her to win in that particular instance. And the thing is, specifically with this race in particular, right, besides the fact that we can now say that AIPAC is incredibly toxic, San's point is completely on the money. What, generally speaking, we can glean from this is that AIPAC is getting more intelligent with their campaign strategy or their resource management strategy, right? I don't think blaming Bushra for this is smart. I think it's shallow analysis. I think it's ridiculous. We're going to get to that for as to why soon enough. But broadly speaking, Kat, she had a couple of problems. She recently moved into the district. She was basically starting with like zero name recognition. The fact that she came in second in the way that she did is significant, right? A lot of the like 3 IQ Zionist dipshits are going to be like, this is why like progressivism is like totally cucked and liberal, blah, 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 and doesn't work. Viral moments don't lead to political office. It's like, well, that's not entirely inaccurate, but considering the fact that she came this close in a district she just moved into is fucking crazy. Yeah, you know, PACs are very, very cringe. Obviously, Skeptomaniac, but we'll get to this. We'll get to it eventually.
So thank you for supporting us. I'm sorry that this sucks, but fuck Trump, fuck ICE, free Palestine. I love you all.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, we can all joke about like fucking Mike from PA, but yeah, we're gonna get into it right now. But here, this is why Kat in reality actually lost. There was so much fucking dark money, and we've talked about this before, backed by a super PAC known as the Chicago Progressive Partnership. This is an ad by an APAC affiliated PAC known as Chicago Progressive Partnership, and I believe there was also another one called Women for Chicago that was running pro Daniel Biss ads, despite being a Women for Chicago. You know what? Stupid. It's ridiculous, obviously. And this is a pro Bushra Amiwala PAC that is doing. We'll get to that, Boy Meets Mini. But this is a pro Bushra ad that was done by an APAC affiliated organization.
Bushra Amiwala is fighting for real economic justice.
We must break down these oligarchs and monopolies. We must make sure that billionaires, corporations, and these oligarchs pay their fair share in taxes.
Bushra's plan? Medicare for all, a living wage, student loan forgiveness, real affordable housing options, and yes, making the wealthy pay their fair share. Bushra.
Now, obviously, I've said this before. Bushra is probably the better candidate out of, well, Kat Abughazaleh and also herself. She is better, although her takes on Taiwan are probably fucking terrible, but whatever. Taiwan is not the main reason why she ended up fucking losing, as some quote-unquote leftists like to believe. That's nonsensical, that's ridiculous. And it is part of the reason why, let's be honest here, why, yes, 1000%. This is a very, very corporate ad, because, again, it was done by a corporate-backed super PAC. Well, I mean, it was done specifically by APAC, but I digress. The thing with a lot of the poor analysis that most lefties like to say is because of her fucking takes on Taiwan. Stupid. That shit definitely does not register with an Illinois 9th. Fucking ridiculous. That's not the main reason why she lost. And I think it is very shallow to also say that Bushra taking votes away from Kat is also a very, very shallow form of analysis. Because, again, Bushra never fucking asked for any of this fucking advertisements here by APAC. She didn't fucking consent to this whatsoever, obviously. But this is the problem with Citizens United and also Buckley v. Vallejo, right? All of this dark money can basically float in from anywhere. You have no idea where it's coming from, but you can make some educated guesses from where it is more than likely coming from, if you trace it all the way back.
APAC is running ads supporting my campaign, and let me be clear, we don't want it, we didn't ask for it, and we're demanding they stop. This is an attempt to smear my name by putting my name next to pro-genocide, pro-war, Trump-funded billionaires. Same billionaires who funded Trump's fascist regime in hopes that it sticks. And since Laura Fine is sinking fast, I'll save you the trouble of shopping around. Daniel?
She was that's correct. Again, Laura Fine was the one who was pretty much like slated to be in a position to be able to win, and then done over. Like, everyone was just like, oh man, you got like $9 million in APAC, and her campaign sunk just like that. It was over for her.
Daniel Biss has already asked for your support. He won't call what's happening in Gaza genocide, and he won't say no to any further military aid to Israel.
Right? He said that he wants to fund defensive weapons. She's just correct here.
Well, actually even stopped attacking him a week ago. We all noticed. Go back to your actual candidate. Once I'm elected to Congress, I'm coming for dark money, starting with yours.
Now, here's the thing. That's specifically the message that everyone got very upset with. A lot of progressives and a lot of left-leaning people were incredibly, incredibly upset by this message, saying, how dare you not drop out? You're not a viable candidate. You only had about 6%. well, 5%, 6,000 voters. That's what I was saying. I think this is very, very shallow analysis. Very, very shallow analysis. How could Bushra, who is a local in the community, very well known within the community, have possibly known that AIPAC was going to start running pro-Bushra ads in order to be able to start going after, or start pushing her to try to split up the progressive vote in Illinois' 9th. Because here's the thing. The same thing fucking happened already. And AIPAC is already learning from their mistakes. Now, you may be wondering, Daho, why are you bringing up New Jersey's 11th House District with Analiya Meha, who is the progressive challenger who got backed by Bernie Sanders and AOC, who won the special election against Tom Malinowski and some other AIPAC-funded dipshit. Why is that? She ended up winning this primary race. Right here. This is an attack ad funded by an AIPAC-affiliated super PAC, the United Democracy Project. Yeah, very, very democratic stuff going on here, which began running in mid-January of 2026 against Tom Malinowski. Tom Malinowski, guess what he did? Have slight criticisms of the actions of Israel within, Gaza and also the West Bank, which AIPAC didn't like too much because they share an absolutist position because it is a Republican-affiliated fucking super PAC, right? First and foremost. They are already learning the fucking lessons from specifically Analiya Meha's race in New Jersey's 11th, and they have already applied it to Bushra and to Kat's fucking campaign specifically. They basically were just like, because guess what? All that funding from AIPAC that Laura Fine got, that was broadly speaking done throughout the earlier portions of this year, right around January and February. This whole attack and support, attacks on Kat Abughazaleh and also support of Bushra, this is an advent that's been developing in the recent month. This started happening earlier within March and mid-February. And they did this for the express purpose of trying to split up the progressive vote in order to have Daniel Biss be the main one. Because guess what? AIPAC knows how to play politics, and clearly the left still does not. Because of the fact that we have a bunch of dipshits saying Kat clearly lost because of her position on Taiwan. Stupid, nonsensical. We'll be getting into that relatively soon. Basically, AIPAC said, you know what? If Daniel Biss wins, fine. That's acceptable. He's still going to provide more arms and funding to Israel. It's not going to help even further go faster with the genocide of Palestinians. Whatever. We'll take what we can get. It's still fundamentally a pro-Israel candidate. And this, broadly speaking, happened in every single race that happened today throughout all of Illinois. I guarantee you this is going to be the same analysis that everybody is going to come away with in terms of analysis and reflections upon this race. Again, I go back to the same point by Hassan. Broadly speaking, everyone now understands AIPAC, bad. However, there's still a bunch of quote-unquote more progressive, liberal Zionist organizations like DMFI and J Street who are still pushing, giving money to a lot of these more pro-Israel fucking candidates in order for them to still, go forward with pro-Zionist talking points, but from a quote-unquote more liberal perspective. I'm going to remind everyone again, the liberal opposition party within Israel unironically endorsed the Greater Israel Project. These people are not actually fucking progressive. They are not liberal. They still support the exact same ethno-nationalistic ideology. But here, some really fucking bad takes and bad lessons to be taken away from this. Ryan Grimm, dipshit fucking campus. You cannot consolidate the progressive vote today with that while saber-rattling war with China. That era is over. Same with Enter Gemetum. Hey, dipshits, I guarantee you that's probably not even within like the top 30 issues affecting people within fucking Illinois' 9th is fucking Taiwan. Silly, nonsensical. This is a fucking ridiculous form of analysis. Incredibly fucking stupid. And like I said before, this is why I also think that this form of analysis here is very shallow by a bunch of differing liberal progressives and other left-leaning candidates. Saying, quote unquote, that Bushra is a AIPAC fucking stooge because of the fact that she took away from, well, progressives like Kat is not very good analysis, right? Let's be quite honest here. She is not the reason. It is because AIPAC learned its lessons from Jersey's 11th primary district race. That is the analysis that should be taken away from here, and why it ended up being such that Kat ended up losing in the end. AIPAC is starting to adapt. So don't listen to anything from these like tanky dipshit 3IQ campus leftists like Ryan Grimm or Socialist MMA or like Max Blumenthal. Their analysis is completely fucking dog shit, and they are wrong about basically everything when it comes to fucking foreign policy. This is non-fucking sensical, or like what Enter Gemetum here is also saying as well. No, stupid. Yeah, Laura Fine dropping out, allowing Kat to consolidate the pro-war vote. Stupid, ridiculous, nonsensical. This is just dog shit fucking political analysis. But then again, I expect no less from fucking campus. They are completely wrong when it comes to the actual reasonings for as to why Kat ended up fucking losing. Because again, if we are being pragmatists, like everyone should be when it comes to this system, you vote for Kat. Period. End of story. And saying that Bushra caused Kat to lose, I think, is very shallow analysis, when in reality, it's because of AIPAC learning its fucking lessons from New Jersey's 11th district. This is the actual reason why Kat ended up fucking losing. AIPAC practiced political fucking pragmatism and said, well, we're not going to get our absolutist sort of candidate here because we are now a toxic brand. So guess what we're going to do? We're going to get someone that's a compromise fucking candidate. They played politics, they compromised, and they ended up getting the victory that they wanted. But what else is there to really say? This is still a positive result, I will still say. Overall, AIPAC, broadly speaking, is now understood in the minds of the American people to be an incredibly toxic brand, to not be associated with. Let's not get into the weeds and do really shallow political analysis here. The real reason for as to why Kat ended up losing is not because people want moderation. Bullshit. That's the wrong lessons to take away here. Progressivism is popular and people want it. 64% of Americans within the Democratic constituency, broadly speaking, identify as some flavor of socialist. Let that fucking sink in, whether that be a progressive, liberal, a socialist, what have you. Democratic socialist, social democracy, yada yada yada. Takes many different forms and whatnot. And this is a sign in the right direction. Again, as Hassan said himself, people, broadly speaking, now understand that AIPAC is bad. However, there are still associations that you need to be able to make between AIPAC, J Street, DMFI, and all of these associated fucking PACs and lobbying groups who are all pushing for these particular candidates to essentially agree on the same thing and same thing only. And that is, to give more money and weapons to Israel so they can continue bombing all of their neighbors and continue with the genocide of fucking Palestinians. That is the lesson that needs to be learned from here. And I hope that we on the left practice a little bit of fucking pragmatism and take that main left lesson away from all of this. And not do any like 3IQ like schizo analysis, like saying that Kat Abughazaleh ended up losing because of saber rattling against China. Stupid, ridiculous, non-fucking sensical. Yeah, Taiwan, guess what? You guys can suck my balls. Should be allowed to practice self-determination. It is not the same nation that was led by fucking Chiang Kai-shek and the fucking fascists that were put in power there. Get your fucking head out of your asses and learn to do some actual political fucking analysis. Morons. But yes, these are the actual lessons that need to be taken away from here, specifically when talking about both the race in Kat Abughazaleh, and I believe there was I forget the name of the individual, but I think it was in Illinois' 8th district, in terms of the lessons that need to be learned from Illinois' 8th district as well. I'm really bad with names. I forget names all the time. I've said this before constantly. Something Collins. And another person. Something Jamid, I think. Jamud? I'm really bad with names. But this is what needs to be learned. AIPAC is now practicing more political pragmatism and is more willing to get liberal Zionist candidates rather than the absolute Zionist candidates who are willing to be rah, Israel all the way, yada, yada, yada. And they're still willing to spend the endless pits of money in order to make it such that that is the case, to get the more compromised candidate in a position of power in comparison to their backed candidates who basically want to see, well, all Palestinians be essentially turned into mulch. But I hope that this is the lesson that everyone, broadly speaking, takes away from this race. That, guess what? AIPAC, they're not stupid, and they have thought about all of these strategies. And it is important that we come up with countermeasures to talk about this, to basically talk about how it is a fundamental problem with money within politics. Period. End of story. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. I would have gone a little longer, but unfortunately, the Professor Jiang stuff took a little longer than anticipated. And that's fine. We're gonna raid out. I love doing political analysis. Nyeh. Who the fuck are we raiding out to today? Ugh. Stretch. Ugh, I can't wait for my fucking dumbass stuffy nose. You know what? Why don't we raid out to one hand? Why not? Raid settings. I don't have the viewer threshold. Never am I ever fucking lucky, man. That's okay. Why don't we raid out to Radhom then? Curses, I have been defeated by viewer thresholds yet again. Well, anywho, dorks, you know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out of the Daho raid bud if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid bud to show appreciation. Those are in 20K's gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And it's gonna be more of the same. More and more El Dorcus fucking Tidus. Where we will somehow win. Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Inshallah. Hopefully we win, folks. It's gonna be very, very important. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Probably it's gonna be more Dorcus Tidus. More yapping about all of the shit that's generally speaking going on with El Politics. And I never want to well, I'm going to be talking more and more about Professor Jiang, okay? We're going to be shitting on him a bunch more on this channel for sure, because he is a fucking dumbass. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.